And I'm not sure if y'all have started, but I have no sound.
Dr. Mack, we were just turned on. We were just talking about what time we're meeting today and tomorrow. We had some earlier stuff on the agenda today that people had opted not to have hearings instead. And then tomorrow, we will kick off at 9 o'clock with a group of students that have to have a law test discussion with the board. So, but Mr. President, if you're ready, we'll kick off. We've got orders, I think, present this morning for you.
All right, good morning. Right, convene meeting of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Do a quick roll call. Brian Jolly here. Rebecca Mitchell
Here.
Rodney Richmond. Dr. Lenore Newsom.
Here.
Dr. Debbie Mack.
Here.
Zoom. And Mr. Harold Simpson here. I'm Lynn Krause, so let the record show those people are present. I need to go over any minutes or something like that.
Nope.
All right, minutes over. Go ahead.
Dr. McCready.
Good morning. We have orders for consideration. I think everybody has a copy of the orders that we've taken in. We have 4 voluntary surrenders. Those are surrenders for people that had some sort of issue in practice, whether it be diversion or alcohol, whatever that might be, that they surrendered their license. We have consent agreements. We have quite a few change in ownership violations. Arkansas law requires that they give us, they file a new application with the board within 14 days of change of ownership. There are 13 of those. We have a C violation, which was a pharmacist that wasn't working their hours. We have a consent agreement from a previous CE issue that came back from the not this past biennium, but the one before. And she came before the board in a hearing, and the board finder plus required some extra CE. We have one pharmacy that was shipping without a permit, and those orders total $40,675. On the next 2 pages, we have continuing education consent agreements. These are consent agreements that we offered to pharmacists that did not meet their continuing education requirements. These are all non-disciplinary actions. They were required to pay a $100 monetary penalty per hour and make up twice the number of hours they missed. If you notice on the list, some of them say inactive. That means that the pharmacist chose to pay the penalty but not get the CE, and they have surrendered their licenses and taken into an inactive status. There are 2 listed at the very end. Those are pending receipt of their CE and their fine. I've been told that they will be here by Thursday, that they've been sent overnight. So those 2 are pending receiving their documentation and supporting their fines and that type of thing. And I'd like to ask the board for a motion to approve.
On the one that the licensed pharmacy should have got permit, did they get licensed?
They chose not to ship further.
All right, so we have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion for Dr. Mitchell to approve.
I'll second.
Dr. Mack seconds. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. Next. Watson,
What?
are we doing remaining next?
He is scheduled for 10 o'clock. We have 15 minutes to see if he decides to show up. I don't believe we have heard anything back from him to date about that. If he doesn't show up at 10, we will proceed without him and have a probably very brief hearing. Other thing, if you guys wanted to look at law tests for unsuccessful candidates, I do have those for your review. Those would not be on the record, they'd be off the record. But we do have that pulled to see if you had any questions or that would give you the ability to see what the, I guess, testers have seen thus far that they've been unsuccessful with. I mean, you could basically recess until 10 o'clock and we'll see if Mr. Remedy shows up, and I've got those pulled off hand to you.
Motion to recess till 10. Second.
So,
All in favor?
yeah, so
Any opposed?
Dr. Mack will be back at 10.
Okay.
Well, Dr. Mack, you back with us?
Never.
Yes, I am.
All right. Well, we've given time. Would you like for me to sound the hall, or do you want to sound the hall?
Let's go on the record.
Yes.
Okay, we'll be on the record here in, this is an administrative hearing before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. This would be case number 2022-124 in the matter of George Umeda. And I understand that Mr. Umeda has not shown. Have we sounded the hallway for him?
I will do once more.
George Umeda.
No, sir, he's not on Zoom either.
Very good, then we're going to we'll proceed in abstention with him. Any members of the public here who have not seen or attended an administrative hearing before? All right, we'll skip some of the preliminaries and just note that this hearing is held pursuant to the Administrative Procedures Act. And Ms. Vales, do you want to admit your exhibits?
Yes, I'm going to ask to enter exhibits number 1 through 16 in this case. Also going to ask, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, we'll show those then.
Okay, thank you. Also going to ask the board to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law regarding pharmacies and pharmacy interns and Arkansas Pharmacy Board regulations.
So noted, and the way, I think the way we'll proceed here is just to have Ms. Vales put on her case. Whoever's going to be a witness in this matter, would you please raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Ms. Vales, go right ahead.
Call Dr. Brenda McCready. Dr. McCready, Board of Pharmacy received a pharmacy intern application from Georgia Unity, correct?
That's correct.
During the application process, and 2 things the board was looking at. 1, do we have any information that Georgia Unity is currently enrolled as a student at a college of pharmacy?
We do not.
And in addition to lack of that information, was there also some criminal history of Mr. Umeda that caused the board to staff to deny his application?
Yes, there was.
And that is contained in exhibit number 12, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that, can you tell the board what exhibit number 12 is and what it contains?
It is his criminal record from Harris County, Texas. Mr. Umeda had a felony charge of retaliation against a person. The complaint was dismissed. He also had some other issues with the board that when he was here for a hearing, he refused to discuss with staff for informal reviews.
And I count through the allegations 5 through 11. Those each contain an arrest that Mr. Umeda was arrested for various infractions in the state of Texas, and I believe there's some in the state of Georgia, correct?
That is correct.
So anything else you want to elaborate on about why the board staff denied Mr. Umeda's application?
Board staff denied based on criminal history and the fact that he is not eligible in the state of Arkansas to hold an intern license because he is not registered or enrolled in college pharmacy.
Have you had any personal interactions with Mr. Umeda, either on the phone or through email?
I asked him if he would I called and asked him if he was enrolled in Houston. He told me that was not my concern.
And you were also present for the informal hearing that we had on Mr. Umeda as well.
That is correct.
And did you find him to be cooperative at that point, forthcoming with this information regarding his application?
He was not.
Anything else you want to add that we've not gone over? All right.
Any questions from the board for this witness? All right, hearing none. Any other witnesses, Ms. Vance?
I do not have a little bit of closing summary I'd like to add.
Go right ahead.
Just for the boards, just pinpoint the regulation is 0201-003, and it defines what an intern is, and includes only those who are accepted students and enrolled as a student in the college of pharmacy. Mr. Meany is not, he's not here to present any alternative information. He is a student, as well as his criminal history. So it is the board staff's recommendation that Mr. Meany's application be denied.
All right, at this time, why don't we go off the record for the board's recess and deliberation regarding the findings of fact, conclusions of law, or any other penalties that are being handed in. Once the board reaches a decision, we'll go back on the record, and for the formalities, the deliberations are open to the public under the Freedom of Information Act. Parties, if they were here to remain, we'll go off the record now.
The full story on that, I'll remember what I remember said.
Did you not get anyone else in life?
But it's incumbent upon him to provide that information.
Oh, sure.
What pharmacy school is it?
They're not in.
There was a lot of background stuff from the state. You asked about it.
Lynn, can you kind of tell me what they're saying? Sorry.
No problem. Dr. Mitchell was just talking about how, there's really no record of him being in school. And then Dr. Golly was talking about how he remembered that there were some incidences in some other states. And, that's not where we're at. That helps. Entertain a motion.
Yeah, I mean, I can make a motion. I don't see any reason to even like get into the criminal history part of it.
No.
So if at some point he is admitted to a college of pharmacy who will be eligible for an intern license, then I mean, at that point, if he would apply, we would go back to the previous and all of this other stuff. But at this point, I think it's pretty black and white. He's not enrolled, so he's not eligible.
We'll go back on the record.
Yeah, remind me quickly.
And he didn't show up, right?
Allegations for charges for, is that accurate? Allegations.
Motion on file.
All right, we'd like to go back on the record.
All right, let's go back on the record in the matter of George Anita.
Dr. Mitchell.
In the matter of George Uidi, pharmacy intern applicant, case number 2022-124. The board finds that allegations A1 through A12 are true and charges C1 through C4 are proven. I make a motion that we deny his application for an intern.
Second.
Motion made by Dr. Mitchell, seconded by Dr. Wishman. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, we'll show the record will reflect that the vote was unanimous. Decision of the board will be reduced to writing, and service will be made or attempted on Mr. Meady. And if Mr. Meady cares to appeal the decision, that is pursuant to the Arkansas Administrative Procedure Act, ACA 2515-201, and further sections. If there's nothing else from the board, that's the end of this matter. The record is concluded and the record is closed.
All right. So we're going to do the support group now?
No, all right.
Yep.
We'll see if the video camera works today. That's going to take part.
Are we on the record or off?
You're only on or off the record in the middle of a hearing. This is not a hearing. This is, you guys want to introduce yourselves? I think I can outline why we're here.
So we're not on the record.
Oh.
My name is Hunter James. I'm the executive secretary for the pharmacy support group.
I'm Wayne Bullock, and one of the members of the support group executive committee.
And I think we're here through the last couple of years, the board has had some discussions about contracts and how monitoring goes with the support group. And I think we kind of have a request basically to talk about some of the monitoring aspects of the support group contracts for some feedback from the board.
I'll turn it over to Wayne.
Yeah, did you bring anything to present to them or anything like that, or you just want to talk?
I have not,
Okay.
There's just only a couple of recommendations
Okay.
that Dr. Bullock would like to make to the board. It's specifically for individuals that are under lifetime or indefinite contracts. This was brought to the executive committee. Dr. Bullock sort of outlined these specific things to the executive committee, and they asked that he come before the board to see what y'all thought.
so we kind of, the whole committee's kind of been in discussion for several months about some of these changes that people would like to see. And, you know, we kind of talked about it, discussed it with some of the members. And we, I guess it was in January, we finally decided to actually discuss it, take a vote on it. What we came up with is a couple of changes that would only apply to someone who has been under contract with the support group for at least 10 years. And right now, our vacation policy is you're allowed up to 14 days per year. And we got a lot of people who have been at their current positions, which, you know, they get, even myself, I currently right now get 4 weeks of vacation a year. Fixing to start getting 5, you know, in my position for long enough that get that. And so what we came up with, and those are, the 14 days are limited to 2 vacations. You can get up to 14 days. We usually don't approve more than 7 days for anyone. And it cannot have more than 2 requests per year. And so what we came up with was we would increase that to 24 days per year with no limit on the number of interruptions. having said that, all the vacation requests all have to be made to the committee 30 days in advance of a vacation. So we can, talk about it, approve it or deny it. We don't usually deny people vacations. That being said, after making that recommendation, I got to thinking about, what if someone came to us and said, I want off 24 Mondays in a row or something like that. And, as a committee, we would have the ability to say, well, what would be the reason that you would be off for 24 Mondays in a row or something like that. And so, it's still going to be a situation where the executive committee is going to actually have the final say so in any kind of approval of any vacation requests. The other recommendation that we voted on was in the number of tests that we have per year. Currently, I think after 3 years, the number of tests that we have per year goes down to 18. And we kind of, the number of tests that we have per year is 18.
But nobody knows how many tests they get per year because they think it's 18 and they test the 18th time on November 22nd. And they're scot-free for the holiday season. So it's not a set number, it's around.
Yeah, it's around that number. And so we bounced around some different numbers. I'd actually proposed 15 to the committee, and then after discussion with the different members, they thought that the number ought to be 12. And so we took a vote, and that was approved unanimously by the committee members. There were some other things that some people have brought up that they would like to see done, and as a committee member, we've got responsibilities that we have to uphold, and trying to ensure that someone is not just fulfilling their obligations to the support group, but that they're actually living a life of recovery. And there were some things that we just didn't think that it would. We didn't want to loosen any of the meeting requirements. I think our meeting requirement is pretty lax, pretty loose as far as how many meetings we're required per year. I think probably if we went and looked at all of the people that are on long time or extended contracts, I think you'd probably find that most of those people, if not all, go to more meetings than we're required to go to. I don't have the ability to see everyone who I only get to see the people that I'm opportunities. I can check the meetings and stuff, but all the people that, and I'm pretty much, pretty good friends with everybody in the support group, and we're required after you've been there 3 years that you're only required to do 2 meetings per week, and most people do more than 2 meetings per week. Also found that, the meetings that we're required to do with the support group are monthly meetings. I guess one of the good things that came out of COVID was the fact that we started going to Zoom meetings for those. And I think that's been an actual welcome thing. It's been a lot less of a burden on people who live off in the corners of the state. To have be able to do those on Zoom has really been a plus. And so, we didn't think that it was necessary or any reason to change any of those requirements. And so That's really the only two things that we came up with and thought we present to the board and see what y'all want.
When you speak, I'm new on the board, so when you speak of vacation, you're talking about vacation from what?
You're exempted from having to check in that day.
What, are you exempted from random testing?
If you're not checking in that day, then you won't be tested. So it's a vacation.
What, I know what you're asking. Yeah, you're exempt from the random testing on those days you get approved. So what they've got in place right now is every day they check in. They got to check in by, say, 6 p.m. at night for a random urinalysis, 7 days a week. What they do is they come before the executive committee and go, I would like a vacation exemption from my UA testing. And what happens is for those days that they get the exemption, they don't check in, they don't have any random UA that day, anything. They're just purely out there.
So the checking in is to find out whether your number has come up for.
That's right. They got an app on their phone and they check in every morning, goes ready to check in. It'll say, you are not selected today, or you are selected today, activate your test.
I take it that would also, the vacation would also exempt you from meeting requirements, other things too.
No, that doesn't exempt them from that. Most of them, like you said, goes to enough meetings to cover vacation. When I came into this position, I was like, go on your vacation, enjoy life, go do that. I don't want to take away from your family time, because if you're away from the testing location that you're familiar with, and you like, let's say you go down to Destin, Florida, finding a place down in Destin, Florida might be hard. And then you have to go through everything. You don't know what their testing procedure is, because some require a chain of custody. That's a sheet of paper you bring in, some don't. And I had a lot of people tell me, it takes like 3 or 4 hours to go test it, right? And I'm just like, there's no point to that. You're with your family and you're taken away from your family. Now, on this, I'm going to take devil's advocate, and then I'm going to be the therapist on this part, which will be with you, okay? Because I like to explain both sides. Now, me being the executive secretary, I would say they can take as many vacation days as they want, because they can check in wherever they want to, okay? And that would be fine, I don't think that's a valid request. Yearly number of selections decreased to 12, 3 more tests a year. That can only help you, because you're working in a candy lab, okay? Because of your addiction or your alcoholism, okay? Therapist in me says, take your vacations. Let's get out there and have some fun and enjoy your life sober with your family. Let's see what you can do, okay? And the selections decreased to 12. I mean, 15 to 12, I don't think that's a big thing at all. I know a lot of y'all are familiar with alcoholism addiction. If they're going to abuse, they're going to get caught. Sooner or later, they're going to get caught. The only thing here that I get afraid of is that they're in a place that can feed their alcoholism and addiction that they work with, okay? And the health and safety of the people they serve, that's the only thing I worry about, because sometimes you get a good alcoholic addict, they can avoid stuff for a month, 2 months, everybody knows the half-life of drugs and alcohol. You can avoid stuff. If there's a pharmacist out there that does some hydrocodone on a Friday night, most of the time they're not checked on Saturday and Sunday. You don't have a test aren't administered on Saturday, Sunday. You wait and test till late Monday night. Man, that hydrocodone might be out of your system by then, because it's 3 or 4 days being detected. Alcohol, next day, cocaine, got to get them within 4 to 6 hours probably to get a good match on. So I don't think these are unreasonable. Waylon did his homework on this stuff, and did this and wanted to come before the board. And told him that I would come up here with him, you know, so.
I would make a point, and Turner and I have discussed this, the board has traditionally not micromanaged the intricate details to this point of the monitoring contract. Like we monitor the probation contract and leave the monitoring largely up to the support group and the executive committee. There are probably some concerns of, I could see wanting to take a 2-week European vacation, and I'm not going to be able to test in Europe. But then I think that the executive committee would need something to tell the board of, here's what we do on a reintegration after an extended time. Just like you have surgery, and that's the stuff you can't prepare for the most part. It's, hey man, if there's a car wreck or there's open heart surgery that wasn't expected, and they will suspend monitoring, not count it as a vacation against the member, and then work on making sure everything is solid and stable before they re-enter practice. I know in the past, and Waylon hasn't brought this up today, people have talked about, well, no matter how long you're out, 2 weeks after whatever, you just do a hair test. But I mean, we've got a lot of drugs that we can't catch with hair tests. It's just not developed for hair tests, fingernail. It's like, if we don't catch it with urine, we're not going to catch it. And that's something that, we've learned some of that even in the last year or so on a couple of
You're
issues.
giving away our secrets to Waylon now.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
'cause anytime somebody says hair test, I sort of laugh because, what is somebody, I want to do a hair test. That doesn't help me.
Yeah.
It really does, so.
Well, it's not quantitative
Yeah.
or qualitative. It's I think it's actually a dirty test that unless you got 2
Yeah.
feet of hair, you can tell how far down
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
expensive and it's not
Yeah,
worth.
it's not a quality. My thing would be, we have points where we ask for hair tests for very specific reasons, but they are far less reliable than ongoing urine drug screens. So,
Yeah, and most of the time, I don't think the individuals were going to ask for 2 weeks. I think the executive committee would hold them underneath some scrutiny for that. Most people are only going to take a week vacation anyway. So it is, what it is. And Waylon has been on the board for a while, the executive committee. And, it's like Dr. Kirtley said, y'all have let them sort of police themselves.
There were discussions about that. There were some people that really wanted the hair follicle option quarterly, and that was just,
it's not as good of a test.
well, we just,
They said no to that.
Yeah.
we just couldn't, as a committee, we just couldn't do that. We didn't think that was, appropriate. So there were some people that were a little disappointed in that, but I think all the people that were talking about this effects, I think, we're all very, for the most part, satisfied with the recommendations that we came up with.
And I think kind of like Turner indicated, I'd be hesitant to say it's X number of tests. It could be 15 this year and 21 next year, because you're on your toes a little bit. And there are times when the members don't even know it, but someone will put a bug in staff ear or Turner's ear of, hey, we think so-and-so is slipping one out, and I'll call. I hadn't had to do it much lately, but every once in a while it's like, hey, when's the last time you tested so-and-so? It's like, you know what, I'll put one in. That way we'll have one that's contemporaneous with this quasi complaint. But it's been interesting for me, 18 years, I've exonerated far more people because of support group testing that was ongoing than I've had to prosecute because of it. Because people think they've got a scapegoat there with them, and we're like, no, it wasn't them. Well, are you sure about that? And I'm like, I'm 100% positive, because here's all the paperwork I have to show all of their compliance and everything else. If what you are accusing was happening, we'd call.
Yeah, because anybody in the support group or anything like that, if it gets out, they know it. If they start have a bad day or act weird, somebody's going to call. I've had more people on the executive committee and in the support group call me and go, could you put one in on this specific person? Because people have called me about it. And I go, well, we will, And I don't think, since I've been doing it, there's been one time when it's been a positive. But it's,
Was this for people more than
That's
10
it.
years or less?
what now?
Were these for people more than 10 years or less?
Less than 10 years.
Both though.
Both,
I mean, it's
both,
been
but the majority is less than here. It's usually people with 1 to 3 years of supply. Because, you know, people are still going home, you know, are they sober or not sober?
So, if you just keep it on point and Rich, so I understand what we're being asked to consider. I understood you to say that what you're asking for is for people who are
10 years or longer.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we're only asking that for 10 years or longer, they get a vacation relief, so to speak.
That they could have some additional vacation days potentially approved to be absent from monitoring.
Right, and the second thing was to reduce the number of times that they're monitored from,
18 to 12 as an average.
which is a 33% reduction. I mean, why do you need to tell them? Well, I guess part of the question on that last one, would be, why do we need to tell them? It's random.
Well, the part we don't, but you know how individuals are. They keep up with stuff and information shared.
It's like students asking,
Yeah.
any questions?
Yeah.
You don't need to go regarding questions. Enough to make sure you know
Yeah.
what you're doing. So,
Yeah.
why do you need to tell them this?
I don't think I know one of them how many they are. They know it because it's past history. You know?
My knee jerk is watching the rules is a slippery slope. And inconvenience is not justification. And not everybody goes to Greece for a vacation. But I will agree that the end outcome that really matters is what's the relapse rate. And I personally only have experience with one individual who had applied for a job, who had been on a contract with the Board of Pharmacy, not here, for 14 years. And 3 months before the interview, all right. So I guess my take on this is that even for long-term people, there's still risk.
Yeah.
So my question would be, what's the relapse rate for population you're asking for this?
For the population in the support group or population in general?
No,
Well,
you're asking for people who are 10 years or longer. So what's the relapse rate for people who are 10 years or longer?
In the support group, I think it's very low.
Yeah, it's
The-
only a
The
couple.
relapse rate in the support group doesn't go along with the relapse rate in the general population, okay? Because they're on contract and they're being tested. Like people getting sober out in the real world, they don't have all this stuff, you know, that they have, like the contract, the support, they don't require rate. And so relapse rates, you know, very high. You know, only about 10% of people come if they try to get in AA or, you know. Now with this, you know, out of the support group, I think since I've taken over, there's only been 4 people that have
Yeah,
relapsed.
I mean, we've got one that's in relapse track that didn't even get to the support.
Yeah, they didn't get
Right.
the support,
I mean-
but he's within the first line.
Yeah. But so, I mean, and I think to answer your question, Ronnie, you know, if Turner and I were to go to pull data, I can only think of a couple of long-term sobriety relapses. And what I think both those people would tell you is they got complacent, and sometimes they've been sober for a long time, but they weren't on an extended contract,
Yeah.
which required them to do it. And when they got away from the monitoring, that's when the trip up was.
And usually it's like 15 years or more because they're specific. If you go out and look at it, like 3 years is a specific mark in sobriety. A lot of people relapse at the 3 year. Then the 7 year mark. Some reason they relapse at the 7 year mark, and then the next mark's 15 years. And you think 15 years, wow, you know, but
What happened?
yeah, they get complacent.
All right, so what I'm hearing, and let me maybe ask you this, because a rate has 2 pieces of information. Number of incidents, and what's the time period, that's a rate. So I hear a couple, to me, that means 2, to some people, it means a handful.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not trying to hold you to a number, I'm just trying to get a sense. The 4 people who are in the program for 10 years or more, to your knowledge, best estimation, how many times has that occurred over what time?
I'm thinking it's maybe 4 in my 18 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's all.
so I get what I'm saying is for the people that have ongoing monitoring in the support group, if they get past that 5-year mark and are still being monitored, it is a surprise every time it happens, because it is not common. We've had people graduate from the support group and then 5 years later come back to us, but they weren't under monitoring. So it's more Turner's other explanation of more general population.
Right, so it's kind of like blood pressure medicine, hypertension. Blood pressure is controlled while you're on the med. So
Yeah.
stop taking medicine.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what.
That's a good example.
So rather than monopolize, continue monopolizing time, while I'm concerned about relaxing the rules and it being slippery slope, I also don't see a point in micromanaging. You guys know that they extend with. So.
And I could be wrong. I thought, both of you may know this, I thought how common the testing was the modality that there are some basic parameters that have been loaded in by the executive secretary forever, that then the testing service basically does a randomization based on the average.
Yeah, I don't do any of the randomization.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, years and years ago, it was a human doing the randomization, but that's way before any of our time.
The only thing I can do is go enter a test.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Turner can do that
And you self-select.
and we can self-select, and also the monitors can actually
Okay.
put a test in for any.
And most of the time they'll call me up and go, hey, will you do it?
Yeah. So whether it's 12 or 15 or 18 is probably more of a function of, if what the board would kind of expect. The board's never, I think, given a specific opinion on that, but I think that's almost been deferred to the executive secretary because they do have to put in other tests. We've had people before that said, I've been tested 3 times in the last month, but then they don't get tested for 6 or 8 weeks because it's random.
Yeah, I have one more question. I'm assuming that the random testing that's required is subject to the length of the contract. And what is the typical length?
Well, sometimes they get 2 years, if they go down there and they're not sure. But
Yeah.
5 years is the general.
If it's a full diagnosis of, an addictive disease, substance use disorder, it's generally minimum 5 years.
Please say again, I'm new.
Oh, no, that's good.
And I recognize that you all are professionals and you see lots of things. I'm a retired healthcare attorney. I was involved in, let's say, numerous situations where there was healthcare professional with addiction problem. From my experience, I'm absolutely convinced the only thing that absolutely keeps somebody straight is the knowledge that they're going to be taught and they're going to be a willing profession. And for that reason, and again, I'm probably an outlier with regard to the other people on the board, but I think the contract and testing needs to be the lifetime from that time forward.
Well, I mean, I co-run this, that's what I've always said, and I'm like, I think every pharmacist that comes in here should be on a lifetime contract, that's just me. But, and I laid off it, but I explained that to what I think, well, I don't respect what I think about it. But that's not how it is, like Wayland's on a lifetime contract because he had a little slip up during his contract and they put him on a lifetime. You've got several people on one contract. And I can see their arguments by saying, hey, I don't need to be on these contracts the rest of my life because I'm working the program. And I need to see if I'm working this program right, because there's a lot of people in there that can go, hey, I'm going to stay sober because I'm on a contract. Some people need that. They need that fear. And sometimes fear is good for people. You got to have a good, healthy fear. I know when I was little, I had a healthy fear of my father, and I wouldn't do some things. And I appreciate all the questions that you asked because I read up on you were a good attorney too, so you know a lot about this sort of stuff. And I appreciate any advice you can give me as an executive secretary. But all the questions about.
Debbie, do you have anything?
No, No, I can hear it all really good.
Yeah, so the vacation policy, going from 14 days per year to 20. Is that only, I'm a little confused on the timeline. Is that only after 10 years for someone that's been in a long time?
Yeah, and so when I first came into the support group, there were actually no persons at that time under a lifetime contract, and I think
Yeah,
now there were.
well, there had been.
I thought those came in after I came in 2007. I thought Blake was the first one.
I thought Danny was.
Dang, I forgot all about
Yeah.
that.
But his is a weird, his was a weird
Yeah.
construct too.
Yeah, I forgot all about it.
Yeah.
We have, is it,
8?
I was gonna say 7 or 8 now, people that we're actually talking about.
And a couple of them, it was literally their initial issue. You had a local prosecutor that's like, the only way you're not gonna get a drug felony is if you sign this lifetime contract with the Board of Pharmacy. When we, because it's, when you explain what the monitoring is, it's as intense, if not more so, than any drug court program or anything else. So a couple of them, we've had a couple that came in and like, they needed that contract up front because of the other potential criminal issues that they were facing. And then others, there have been some instances where the board said, because of exactly what happened, we want in advance, either 10-year or longer contract, or there's a hiccup in the contract and it extended it.
Okay, so that answers my question about the 10 years. What did you say about, if we're gonna vote on this, I want to make sure I'm clear on what I'm voting. The number of interruptions, what did you say about that? Said something about,
So
is that gonna change, is that change with it?
what we did, instead of saying you can have 14 days with only 2 interruptions, which means that you could have up to 7 days twice. We said that you could have up to 24 days with no limit on the number of interruptions. So say somebody wants to take a week vacation somewhere, you know, a week vacation in March, a week vacation in June, a week vacation in October, and then 3 days in December. Then they're able to do that.
Okay. And then on the number of, the last question I had was on the number of tests. You said after 3 years, it goes down to about 18. If you're asking to go down to 12, are you asking for it to go down to 12 after 3 years or after
No,
10 years?
all these are all after someone has been under testing with a support group for 10 years.
And that's an average too, right? That's
Yes,
not
that's-
an exact
that's-
number, that's
that's
an
not-
average of 18 going to an average of 12, as I understand it.
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know that it's, I'd throw some caution. I don't know that you want to specifically vote that that is the policy. I think that it's really, are you okay trusting their executive committee to use that as the policy? Because I'm a little hesitant for the board to micromanage that process when you're not part of that process. Like we have trusted them because, I mean, quite frankly, sooner or later, we're gonna have somebody that's 12 years into contract, they're gonna go, I want to be off for a week. And you're going, we think there's an issue we need to address and we don't know if we're comfortable with it. And you know, I know, because I've had people call me like, could you believe I didn't get approved for my vacation? And like, well, what's the issue? Well, I went in on Sunday because I want to go to the beach for a week next week. Well, you didn't give them 30 days. And so the executive committee of the support group, I think, has done a really good job of managing those specifics of, do we feel like you are doing this? If you've missed some check-ins, or we are afraid that there's some potential hiccup, like there's a hard conversation coming at that meeting rather than here or later.
So you need like a vote of confidence or just,
John, I don't disagree, but I think if you're gonna vote on anything, I think the details are important. Otherwise, the request should have been, we want to make some changes to trust us to do it.
Well, and
So
I,
I just want to know. like,
sure.
I don't want to micromanage a support group, but I do want to understand what it is that we're approving
Yeah,
them.
I think what John's trying to say, Rick, Shelley, too, is if y'all vote on these two,
you're gonna vote on every single one.
you're gonna have a bunch of this stuff coming forward with all about the contracts.
Well, and I've been on the board for 4 years, and this has never come before us.
Yeah, it's the first
So you
time.
say that, but that's the first time in 4 years that I've had, so I don't know. This is the
I
only
think when
time
you vote on something like that, they're gonna start coming more.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my next question is, there's been a lot of talk about doing away with lifetime contracts, so is this the first step, is that going to become,
Well, the board's already said that's not gonna happen.
okay?
So unless, I mean, the board has basically told the members that there's not even an like, if you've agreed to that, that window is closed, that conversation is over. So if there's another conversation on lifetime contracts, that's really a board member brought forth discussion, not a support group brought forth discussion.
I just have a quick question. I want to make sure I understand, and maybe I'm the only one who doesn't, but, so if you go from 18 to 12, and I have 4 weeks vacation, and I would have gotten called one of those 4 weeks, but I have a waiver, do I now go down to 8, or do I get 12
No, you're
the
still
rest of
gonna-
the time?
You're still getting well.
You know, what it does is, I'll put in the okay for the vacation waiver, and they'll say, if they're selected within the vacation, and then reschedules it.
So they still will have the 12.
Just like if you miss a check-in a day that you're selected, well, you don't just miss that one, you're automatically reselected and have a flag.
Because I can't, like if someone misses a test, then they have to self-select and go test the next day. If they miss the check-in, and
That's
because they
extra.
self-selected for a missed check-in, that does not count towards their number of tests. That's just,
That counts around.
it doesn't count as a random, no.
Can they take a whole month in the block?
Not with 24 days.
Well, actually, you could, because
You could?
if 24 days, and you're only doing drug testing on business days, that's
No,
5 weeks.
But it's that many days of checking in, and you check in 7 days a week.
Yes.
So the exemption is so that you do not have to check in. You're exempt from checking in and being selected during those exempted days. But I mean, this is me personally, I think that we can trust them to look at the situation and go, well, you know what, with travel, it's going to be 9 days for this person versus 6 days for this person. And we've had, my understanding is we've had people that have said, I'm going to take this trip and I'm fine to test while I'm at that location, but it's going to take me 2 days to get there. I need these 2 days exempted. That sound accurate? Because I mean, throughout the US, there's some people vacation the same place every year. And if, you know, you go to Branson every year for 4 days, you know exactly where you go in Branson if you have to test. But if you go somewhere new, you go to the beach, it might be different. You may have to have that paper chain of custody form, and it may take an hour once you get there for them to figure out how to handle it.
So frankly, if you're gonna require 30 days advance notice, then if you research your rental
got a
car,
plan.
research your hotel, you get dinner reservations and find out where you're going during the.
I mean, but if you want to go on a cruise, you can't really drug test on a cruise, my understanding. If you do a European vacation or you go out of country, it's exponentially more complicated. So those are the big times.
Go skiing, that's sort of rough too. Like, not a lot of places around there.
No.
So, but I will say this, the executive committee and myself are very, we hold the standards very high, like 30 days, they've got to tell us 30 days, right? You know, just recently, I got called every name in the book by a woman that is out of the program now because she didn't do it within 30 days and thought that I was wrong and calling her. But I'm like, you're on a contract, you gotta be accountable for this stuff. The policy says 30 days, and there's a reason it's 30 days, so the executive committee can meet with you and go over everything and make sure you've got a great plan in place. So.
They get mad at me, they have to have an application in for a pharmacy 30 days ahead for us to approve. It's the same.
Yeah.
I have a question. To take a vote on this, or?
That's kind of, and I don't mean this in I think this support group's great, love what y'all do. But you said you don't want us coming to us every time when we have a, so I guess my question is, why aren't you here today? Like when we say, yes, this is fine, are we giving you approval to micromanage however you want to, or are we just?
I think what happened was the executive committee wanted to make y'all aware of what they were thinking and wanted y'all to be aware of what might have changed and that y'all know everything that's occurring with the pharmacy support.
Yeah, I think it's more identifying if there is an objection or a problem rather than asking. I guess that's a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Turner and I are saying, I don't think you want to micromanage it, but they're keeping you abreast of some potential changes. And if there's a major problem with one of them, they want to hear it from you now rather than later going, why did you do that?
I don't know how you know this, but we're not privy to any conversations that would have happened upstream from this. So a lot of times on this side, it's what do we vote on? Like, what affects us?
No, I respect everything I was just like, it might be a little bit of, I don't know if they want all this stuff. Because what the executive committee is trying to do, I think, is improve their relation with the board so that they're on the up and up there and y'all know what's going on.
I think we're happy as long as everybody continues to show the success rate.
Forward momentum.
Yeah, I mean, the methodology to me is not as important as the outcome.
I would say, I have concern, but I also believe that you're in a far better position to make some of these decisions. But I also agree to maintain the relationship, this discussion, and let us know and say, okay, unless that one time we get a snack, I don't think we would agree with that. That way, it's just an ongoing dialogue. That's what I thought.
And I want to say too, I think work-life balance is super. You need to have that time to get away from it. So, I know where I work, 5 weeks of vacation, 6 weeks of vacation, very difficult. Certainly don't want to see people lose time off. So I appreciate the approach.
And know this, I agree with Joe, the work and just family life balance is so important to these people. And I want to be able to say, hey, listen, you're going to check in for this. But I also want them to have that contract in place because they're in recovery. And I don't care what anybody says, the rest of their lives, if they act weird or do something strange, somebody's going to go, oh, they're using me again. And I want that contract in place where I have a set of UAs and meeting attendance and everything to go. I don't think they are. Here you go, so.
So this is gonna be my request only. Is that how many people you have requested this?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this. This guy right here, that's here, I'll probably be the only one. No, I'm just joking. But I'm saying, I'm thinking that most of them will, because I didn't know that when I've had 5 weeks of, vacation,
We can talk to somebody about that.
Yeah. Okay. And I can understand that. So, but I would say, 7 or 8, they're on this.
Okay.
So now I've got to figure out, how to rearrange the system to account for this stuff, so.
It's got to be a lot of maneuvering and thinking through all this.
Dr. It's really, I can't take credit because all I do is email Affinity and go, listen, I'm having difficulty.
Here's what I need.
Can you help me fix this?
Okay.
I usually do it, so.
I think it's also important to know, I know you mentioned 15 years, but the first 10 years is no case. Even with what you're asking.
That's right.
Probably most people are gonna have 14 days vacation pretty quickly.
But a lot of those vacation days for me are local. Like I'm gonna sleep in late today and chase a kid doing something basically. Go good? So I had a secondary request, in looking at, our contract. I know how much of Turner's time we are burning. He does have a stipend that we were able to do for Turner. We do have a little bit of room of what we can do in the state system to increase that. It's not much, but it's about 10%. We're tapped out at about $20,000 for anything we can do on a single contract without going through a whole other process. So I was going to ask if it was okay with the board if we increase him to that point.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
I,
Any opposed?
Thank you, I truly appreciate it, I really do, thank you.
Thank you.
We don't always talk, but when we do talk, we talk a lot. Real quickly.
Yeah, we talk about once a month.
Yeah. But then it's like we talk 3 times in a day for 2 days.
Yeah, so. All right. It's always nice to see y'all. Hope y'all have a great day.
You guys. Who you got next? We skipping her or doing her? Let's go. Fine. She's been noticed. No?
Yeah.
What's next, Captain?
Or people who aren't here. We'll wait for our hearing officer to. Just for you. No, we have to give them these scheduled times.
We packed it full and then they just started dropping off.
Yeah. Next time we're going to do the approach of,
Sounds like code shots.
yeah, here's 4 of you scheduled for 9 o'clock and somebody will show up. We've had to do
We
that.
did do that. Really.
I know.
I had 4 or 5 minutes every spot, but no.
Do you think we ought to consider adding next on appeals and equalization?
I don't know if we can even do that.
There's a statutory word for that.
I don't,
We're undergoing costs, not only in time, but in money. When people bring an appeal.
yeah, we can, I mean,
We can explore that.
We can ask.
Into that, sure.
I will stick with.
having an appearance bond where basically you have an investment because you've requested an appearance for the board. So if you don't show up,
We need to vote on
we get the money. Well, we'll look at it. If it's an option, we'll do it.
Usually first, see, if that's not.
Yeah. I don't want you to vote on something that you can't do anyway.
Well, the test passed.
It's like,
And with the context, only if someone requested, for it would be.
well,
Anyone.
we don't have an appeal generally unless they request it. Like,
So all the people like this afternoon, we administratively denied them and they requested to be in front of you guys.
Yeah. if we have an informal appearance and we do not reach an agreement, then it's the board directing a full hearing. Unless they walk away. If it's an application, they walk away, then there's no hearing needed. But if they still want to pursue it, then they file appeal.
Like me, he was here for informal and Dr. Newsom said, "Man, stop, this needs to go forward." But a lot of them are just denied.
Actually, even with that, you might want to look at whether you change your rule to say that the board recommends a hearing will only take place if the person requests it, therefore you take the bond on that.
That is excellent.
And I say bond, probably would be a cash.
Yeah.
I don't think if we actually use the bond.
So what do we do now?
You got a hearing
I
now
got one more here.
Oh.
One more.
before lunch.
Shall we?
Yes. All
All right, let's go on the record. This is an administrative proceeding before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Case number 2022-048, Melissa Gardner, Pharmacy Tech. Have we sounded the hall for Ms. Gardner? Thank you, Dr. Grill.
Ms. Gardner? Let's go.
All right, right, then let's simply note that this hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act. And Ms. Bales, would you like to move to admit your evidence?
Yes, I'd like to move to admit, exhibits number 1 through 18 in this matter.
Show those admitted. Whoever's going to be a witness in this matter, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Ms. Vales, go ahead and proceed.
All right, and I ask the board to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law governing this issue and Arkansas Pharmacy Board regulations. And I call Dr. McCray. Dr. McCray, let's go through these exhibits. Can you tell the board what exhibit number 1 is?
Exhibit number 1 is the amended order notice of hearing.
All right, and exhibit number 2,
Exhibit number 2 is proof of service.
and that proof of service was on Ms. Gardner's attorney, is that correct?
That is correct, and we also sent one to her for his request.
Yes, and then we now have under exhibit 18, we received a letter January 31st indicating that Mr. Laus no longer representing her, correct?
That is correct.
All right, let's move to exhibit number 6. First of all, this incident occurred March 23rd, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
And the board received notice shortly thereafter.
That is correct.
And what information based on the investigation largely done by the pharmacy was presented to the board?
We received information that Ms. Gardner, who's a pharmacy technician, was working in the pharmacy, and another technician observed a alprazolam 2 milligram tablet fall out of her pocket. The technician, Gardner, was not aware that it had fallen out of her pocket. The pharmacist came by and saw it on the floor, put it in a bottle to take it, just secure it at that time. She was unaware at that time that it had fallen out of the respondent's pocket. One of the technicians, the additional technician that was working, came over and said, I saw that come out of technician Gardner's pocket. And then they confronted her and discussed the situation, and she was terminated from the job.
All right, and exhibit number 6 is a statement signed by Ms. Gardner, correct?
That's correct.
And in this statement, and she provided this statement to her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
She provided 2 alternate explanations for why she would have this pill fall out of her pocket, right?
She did.
Can you tell the board what those 2 explanations were?
She said there was a possibility that while she was arranging the shelves, that maybe there was a loose pill on the shelf and it fell into her pocket. She also said a second scenario would be a person that she was familiar with was prescribed the same medication, and she might have fallen into her pocket while she was at home.
All right, and turn to exhibit number 9. Can you tell me who, in what capacity that person, she's a pharmacy tech, correct?
This is a certified senior technician that's was employed at the same store. She is actually the technician that witnessed the alprazolam fall out of the respondent's pocket while she was working for a prescription in the ready days.
All right, and if you'll turn to exhibit 13, can you tell the board what that is? The offer.
Exhibit 13 is a voluntary surrender of a pharmacy technician license that we offered to the respondent. She did not sign it. She did ultimately agree not to practice while we were handling this case.
And previously, did Ms. Gardner appear before this board with her attorney?
She did. She appeared before an informal committee of the board. It was evident during that informal that the board was not going to be able to resolve the situation, and it was moved that it be moved to a full board hearing.
All right, and a few more questions. On the date of this incident, which was March 23rd, 22, was Ms. Gardner a licensed or registered pharmacy technician?
Yes, she was.
And has she since this incident and renewed her pharmacy technician license?
She has not renewed her license to date. She is eligible to renew until April 1st with a late penalty, and therefore staff felt it important that we go ahead and move forward with this.
Right, and is it board staff's recommendation that her pharmacy technician license should be requested to be renewed, be denied based on the allegations in the order of this hearing.
It is.
I'll have to go for Craig.
Any questions from the board for this witness?
Any other questions?
All right, hearing none, Ms. Mills, do you want to have a small closing argument?
I just asked the board to deny this, this application or her renewal opportunity, should be denied pending, based on these, allegations. And I asked the board to find the allegations, true and allow the board staff not to renew her license should she request it.
All right, at this time, we'll go on for the record for public deliberations.
Any deliberations?
So we're gonna revoke her current permit and authorize staff to do, or to deny, she applies. For April 1st.
What did you say, Becca?
So we're gonna revoke the current permit and then also authorize staff to deny if she applies for renewal prior to. Which I guess if we revoke it, she can't apply, she can't renew it. Oh, no. That'll work.
All right, go back on. I'm sorry.
I need a copy with the bill for it.
Ready?
Oh, here.
I'm just moving the two things.
Board, are we ready? All right, let's go back on the board, for the board's decision.
All right. May I entertain a motion?
Okay, in the matter of Alyssa Garner, parking technician license, PT 14024, case number 2022-048. Kind of allegations are A1 through A11 are true, and charges C1 through C4 are proven, and that we're going to revoke this license. And she's not going to be eligible for renewal.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show
So let's let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make or accept service on all parties. Any appeal can be taken through the Arkansas Administrative Procedure Act, ACA 25-15-201. Absent any other questions or comments, the hearing is concluded and the record is closed.
Anything else you guys have before? Unless there's anything else the board members have to bring up, we are done until 1 o'clock. Okay, we're gonna adjourn till 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Being turned off.
Dr. Mack, do we have you with us?
Yes, I am
All
here.
right. Who are we going to do? Let's see.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
Malone. Malone will be our first one up, and then after that should be Miller.
This is Ryan. Is she in the show or-
She's here.
You at that middle.
You can actually go. I think we all. Well, okay, oh, you're fine. I'm gonna ask John.
Ma'am, I'm I'm the hearing officer. I'm sort of a judge. Can you tell me how to pronounce your first name?
Hey, so,
This one works.
Who should get this?
Yep. And then it just froze. We've had some problems with it. It hopefully will straighten. There you go.
Sorry, guys.
you see that?
Ready?
All right, let's go on the record in the matter of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy case number 2023-017. Zariah Malone. Did I say that right? Zaire Malone. We got introduced a minute ago. I'm the hearing officer. I'm not part of the board. I'm sort of the person that's going to facilitate the calling of the witnesses and things like that. And ma'am, could you please identify yourself for the record? Just with your name.
I'm Zaire Malone.
And I notice you're not represented by counsel today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing for today? All right. Are you ready to proceed as the respondent?
Yes.
All right, board counsel, would you please identify yourself?
Ashley Bell, General Counsel for the Board of Pharmacy.
Okay, so this is just a brief explanation, a description of what's going to happen and what the proceedings are. For anybody that hasn't done one of these before, this hearing is takes place under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. And this is a kind of a proceeding that sort of resembles what you might have seen or experienced or seen on TV as a court proceeding, only it's a lot more informal. The law in these proceedings allows lesser rules of evidence and somewhat relaxed procedure, although the way that it's going to go is Ms. Bales is going to call her witness available, and then you'll be able to ask the witness any questions that you want to. But a lot of times what the folks want to do is just talk to the board members directly, and you'll have a chance to do that too. We'll just take turns. I'll grant any objections or caution the parties as necessary. If you have any documents or anything like that that you want the board to look at when they decide your case, we can put those in the record.
All the documents that I have submitted.
Okay, great. And did you get a printout? When you get a chance to look through there, if anything's missing, just let me know, and we'll get that. We'll get that taken care of. These are open proceedings under the Freedom of Information Act, and all parts of the hearing, including when the board deliberates, is open to the public. Dr. McCready, are you the witness? Okay, so Ms. Malone, Dr. McCready, would you please raise your right hand and let me swear you as witnesses? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're going to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
That is,
Okay, and will you have any other witnesses who will come up and speak today, Ms. Malone? Okay, very good. Any other preliminary matters we want to do? Ms. Bell, do you want to make your exhibits?
Yeah, I'd like to move, to admit exhibits number 1 through 19 on this matter.
Okay, we'll show those admitted. And opening statement or call your first.
I would just ask the board to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law regarding pharmacy and Arkansas Board of Pharmacy regulations. And I called Dr. Brenda McCready.
Go right ahead.
Dr. McCready, let's go over some of these exhibits. Can you tell the board what is contained as exhibit number 1?
Exhibit number 1 is the order of notice of hearing that was sent to the respondent.
And can you identify for the record what is exhibit number 2?
Exhibit number 2 is the proof of service of order of notice of hearing, and Ms. Malone is here today.
Right, and it's true, Ms. Malone submitted an application for to be registered as a pharmacy technician, correct?
Yes, she did.
And the board administratively denied that.
That is correct.
And the allegations of order of notice in which we denied that was for criminal history.
That is correct.
And I want to bring your attention to exhibit number 12. Can you identify that for the board?
Exhibit number 12 is an affidavit of probable cause for discharging of the firearm.
Right, and that's discharging of a firearm from a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
And there's an enhancement there for violent criminal group activity, is that correct?
that is correct.
And that is out of what county?
County of Mississippi County.
And let me turn your attention to exhibit number 13. Can you identify for the board what that document is?
This is a document from the Circuit Court of Mississippi County of the state of Arkansas against Ms. Malone for the discharge of a firearm from car second degree. And I believe it was a class 1 felony.
And then the next exhibit, number 14, can you identify for the board what that document
This
is?
is a sentencing order.
And does that order reflect that the charges were no cost or not?
There were no costs, yes.
Right. Yeah, let me also turn your attention to exhibit number 9. Can you identify for the board what that document?
This is a Jonesboro Police Department incident report where Ms. Malone was charged with a DWI unlawful act and careless and prohibited driving.
And can you tell me what the date of her arrest is on that incident report?
11/27/2021.
And the incident report gives a narrative from one of the arresting officers. Can you briefly summarize what the result of that sort of investigation by that particular police officer was?
The police officer observed the car traveling northbound. It was waiting to turn westbound. When it turned, it entered the oncoming one-way intersection. Signs were clearly marked, do not enter. The officer at that time initiated a traffic stop where he observed Miss Malone to have bloodshot, watery eyes, slurred speech. And he asked to be, told her that she would be doing the standardized skills writing test. And the results of the test were that she was arrested for DWI.
All right, and if you could turn your attention to exhibit number 11, can you identify for the board what that document is?
This is the conditions of probation from the district court in Craig County.
And that's one DWI charge, correct?
Yes, it is.
So reading this, Ms. Malone received probation for 1 year for that DWI charge.
That is correct. And I failed to mention that the other charge was also recommitted in 2019.
The discharge of the firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Back to exhibit number 11. What is the date of the conditions of probation were signed?
May 25th of 2022.
So May 25th, 2023 would then be a year from the day of this sign of this probation.
That is correct.
So the allegations for these two incidents of criminal activity, and based on that, board staff decided to administratively deny Ms. Malone's request for application. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Anything else you want to add that we did not go over?
No.
No further questions? Okay.
Okay, now, Ms. Malone, if you want to, you can ask some questions of Dr. McCready, or sometimes the folks that come just want to talk to the board, and you can do that as well, whichever way you want to do it. I always tell people, don't feel like you have to be like, like Santa Lawn Order or something. If you're not a lawyer, the board doesn't expect you to act to be one.
I really don't have any questions because I'm in the BWI and the shooting that happened. But as far as the shooting, I had no control over that. I was just trying to take someone to do something. As I explained to the police officers as we were leaving from me, everything just went down so crazy and I was 9 months pregnant. So all I did was jump out of my car like.
Ms. Malone, let me pause you there real quick. One of the board members actually asked me to have you speak up, because you have a nice soft voice.
I'm sorry.
Just a little slower.
I had like the entire incident was out of my control as far as the shooting that happened in 2019. I was 9 months pregnant and whenever we were leaving Wendy's, the shooting just happened out of nowhere. So as far as what happened in my car, I wasn't sure of because I jumped out and ran into Wendy's. As far as the DWI, my friend, she was way drunker than me. We both put our money, so we weren't able to get an Uber or anything that night. But we weren't able to pay for a cab or anything that night. So I thought it would be the best interest for me to drive than her because I was more stable than she was. But things went left that way. But I do take full responsibility. I have learned not to give people rides anymore. As far as one part, I've been on probation almost a year now. I haven't been on any trouble other than my backlight. I have like an electrical problem and I haven't been able to fix it. But other than that, I've pretty much learned my lesson and haven't, done anything to. So I haven't done anything to go against my probation, and I go there every month, and everything comes back good every time. So I feel like there's a lesson learned out of there, so I should be punished and not being able to further my career because of the fact of something that happened in the past.
Very good. We're going a little bit out of order, but any questions for Ms. Malone? And before we do that, just for formalities, any questions for Dr. McCready from the board? Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Malone, that discharge of a firearm out of the vehicle, was that your vehicle?
It was my mom's.
It was your mom's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And they added an enhancement initially on this affidavit, which if you want to look, it's on page, under tab 12. And they said violent criminal group activity. Usually that indicates some sort of gang involvement. Were you involved in gang?
No, I was simply taking my cousin's baby dad to get food for the kids. And as we were leaving, the car just was getting shot up.
So do you know why? Someone shot at the car you were in?
Because of people that were in the
Hold on, let
car.
me ask my question. So are you saying someone shot at the car that you were in and then someone in your car shot back?
That's what they were saying, but as I said, I was out of the car. I jumped out of the car once. Bullet holes started coming through.
Okay, and your cousin was driving the car?
I was driving.
You were driving the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your cousin shooting out of the car?
No, it was my cousin's baby dad that was in the car.
Okay. And eventually those charges got dropped because of some video evidence. Do you know exactly why those charges got dropped?
I guess because I realized I had nothing to do with it.
Did anyone else in this incident get charged with a crime or felony?
Yes, the other two people that were also,
The other two people that were also in your car?
yes,
And what did they get charged with? Same
same
thing?
thing.
Okay. And did any of those people get convicted?
I don't know, I haven't communicated with others since the incident. Because it would tell that we weren't able to communicate with each other maybe since then, I haven't heard from them.
Okay. All right. And this DWI out of Jonesboro,
Yes, ma'am.
you said you drove the vehicle basically because of you and your friends, you were the one that was less intoxicated. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right? How much had you had to drink that night?
I would honestly probably say like about
Half a pint of
Yes.
what?
Okay.
Patron, and that's vodka?
Tequila.
Tequila.
Mhm.
Okay, tequila. And so when did you start drinking that night?
I want to say like around 9:30ish or so,
Okay, and about what time were you pulled over?
2 a.m.
2 a.m. Okay. And so you entered a plea guilty to that,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you are currently still on probation for that
Yes.
charge, correct? And you're not due to be done with probation until a couple of months, like May, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what have you done as part of the probation for that charge?
So far, I've been having to take these classes, PWI classes. They are 12 weeks long. I do the video chats at least once a week. I haven't been able to pay for the interlock system yet, but, my probation officer was saying like, as long as I get it done before May, I'll be fine.
And the interlock system is for your vehicle,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's part of the condition of your probation?
Yes, ma'am.
So are you gonna have to do that before you're released from probation?
Yes, ma'am. She said as long as it's done at least a month at a time, while I'm in it, I'll be fine. Because I had to talk to the judge and explain to him how I wasn't able to pay for it at the time.
Okay. And are you working right now?
No,
If your intention is to become a pharmacy technician,
yes, ma'am, let's go 2 years.
you went to school to be a pharmacy technician?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions from this board?
All right, very good. Any questions from the board for Ms. Malone?
So you said that you drank about half a pint,
Yes, sir.
that you felt that you were in better condition to drive than your friend.
Yes, sir.
Police report says what alcohol concentration, because they did field sobriety, right?
Yes,
And then they did the breathalyzer back at the police station.
yes,
So at some point after the stop, and then by the time they do the sobriety, get you to the station, do the breathalyzer, you blew a .19.
yes. That's why I didn't understand how that was possible, because I literally only had like that, well, half a pint tonight, because we had a pint that we shared, and after the fact that we shared that, I was done because I was in her sister's car. And she ended up going to get another fifth after the fact, but that one didn't even get touched because of the fact we ended up getting pulled over, but she was drinking at the party. I didn't have anything to the party, other than what we have three times.
If you have any basis with which you can contradict the results of the breathalyzer,
I'm sorry, what was that?
do you have a basis on which you can use to contradict the breathalyzer? I mean, other than I understand you don't believe you drank that much, but do you have a basis to contradict the objective finding of the breathalyzer?
I don't know.
I have one question, just looking for clarification. It's just maybe you could answer. As no process, does that mean that they just choose not to prosecute, or is that a clearance?
That's not a clearance. If they don't cross the charge, they have a year in which to refile it if they choose to. So it's not an outright dismissal. But as far as Ms. Malone, she didn't have any other court appearances or anything else during that time of the clause. So in effect, it probably is not going to result in any kind of court conviction.
And the last question I have is on your board of pharmacy application, on the part 3, there's a box there. This is where you're answering yes or no. This would be exhibit 6. So on the second, on where it says part 3, so that would be page 2. The first question says, have you been found in any civil, administrative, criminal proceedings you have? And you mark yes. What was the basis for yes there?
Okay, wait, I'm sorry,
So exhibit 6,
uh-huh.
it would be the second page under the heading part 3, personal history information.
The lady I was on the phone with, I was asking her, like, what should I put if I didn't feel it? She told me mark yes.
Okay, so, I mean, there's no controlled substance. This seems to relate to controlled substance. Alcohol will not fall on. Okay, all right, so that one, more likely than not, doesn't apply. Is that correct?
So it does apply,
Doesn't.
okay, well, yeah, she.
That's okay. All right, thank you.
Entertain any other questions from any board member?
I have a question. Again, how much alcohol did you consume and within what period of time?
We started at 9, around 9:30 or so, and it was half a pint. But I mean, well, it was a pint, but I probably drank like half a pint out of the bottle. And around 2, I got pulled over, but we really like took more shots between 11 or so. So that probably why, I'm not sure. But I didn't feel like I was, too drunk, like way too drunk to drive. I have literally, honestly, I was pulled over by the same officer 3 minutes before the incident. And I feel like if I was that drunk, he would have took me to jail the first time because of that. The only reason why I went into ongoing traffic that night is because her sister had lights were really damn my car to see anything. And on Stadium and Red Bull Phoenix, the time is really dark in the area. Only light you have is on the street lights. And I didn't realize the do not enter sign until I was actually turning. But I couldn't do anything about it due to the fact that the police are still behind me from the previous court over about a tag light. No problem.
One follow-up question if I could.
Go ahead, Ms. Mills.
Ms. One, so what's the status of your driver's license today?
Active.
And so do you have a permit or
Driver's license.
just a regular driver's license, no restrictions?
That's it. No restrictions.
And this interlock thing, you have to get that done before you're in it.
Before me.
But right now, you're free to drive without the interlock.
Yes.
Okay.
Approved by the judge.
Okay.
In light of that, any other follow-up questions?
That's, I don't mean to be personal, but at the time of the driving incident, how much did you weigh approximately?
I was probably like about 140 or so, because it was before my accident.
Any other questions from any board member?
Looking back at the drinking incident, did you draw any conclusions from that event about drinking less, not drinking?
Oh, trust me, I cut back so much. It's like, I'll probably have a drink, but if I do, I'll be in the house, like, and it's mostly wine. I don't do hard liquor like that anymore because of the incident. And I have, like I said, learned a lot from the incident, and it will never happen again.
Any other follow-up from any board member or council?
That's a little bit of closing.
Okay, thank you for sharing your testimony with the board. And so what we'll do now is have closing arguments or a closing statement. Ms. Mills will make one, and then you can have one final thing you want to say to the board. If there's anything like that, is that all right? Okay, Ms. Bales, go right ahead.
I just asked the board to consider the circumstances in this case, in these, there's 2 incidents of criminal activity. Although one of them got dismissed, pretty serious allegation, and the DWI is very recent. She remains on probation for that charge for a couple of other months. She's not fulfilled or had the opportunity to fulfill all of her obligations to the court in that way, and she's probably did learn her lesson, but she continues to consume alcohol. So we would ask that the board uphold the administrative denial on her application.
Thank you. Any last thoughts for the board that you'd like to share this morning?
I feel that I should be denied because I have put in so much work to getting here. And I just really want this thing.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other, well, I suppose at this time, why don't we go off the record for the board's deliberations? As a reminder, those are public deliberations under the Freedom of Information Act. We will come back on the record when the board is ready to make a decision.
What if this added projected? Looking at what alcohol level on the base report is 1.9, we have no reason to dispute that number is correct. Considering that she drank Patron, which is 80 proof, so 40% alcohol, working off the assumption, which is generally accepted, that for a 70 kilogram person, which is 155 pounds, that you generally will metabolize 0.02% alcohol per hour. Her weight of 140 would be put her on the lighter end, which means that the amount of alcohol would be higher in her body weight. If we go with 0.02 and assume that an ounce of alcohol, so a shot, 10 ounces of drink, then that half a pint would be 8 ounces, that's 8 drinks. 8 drinks at 0.02 is a 0.16. In order to achieve a 0.16, you would have to have consumed all of that at one time. It would have had to have been in one single day. Because if you did it over from 9:30 until 2 a.m., that's about 4.5 hours. And so if you consume it and then time expands and then you take the next drink, think of it like a drug where you get peaks and curves. But in order to achieve a 0.16 based on these typically accepted numbers, I mean, based on the amount she said she drank, that would only get us at 0.16. And he was at 0.19 after they left the field sobriety and went to the police station. That's all that we can draw from that is that it sounds like she underestimates the amount of alcohol she's consuming. That coupled with the fact that she hasn't completed her conviction, that would be concerning.
I would just say that on the charging the firearm situation, there's obviously something screwy about that with the charges. With all of the people that were in the car that was charged, the charges against her were basically dropped after they were video evidence. I don't think that we can hold I was clearly among those charges. So I think that drops out of consideration entirely. Leaving us just with the recency issue with regard to the alcohol.
I have concerns. But I also hate to deny somebody the ability to work on I lean more towards a conservative thought that perhaps this is not the best point in her life for her to work in this farm situation. So I think there's some maturity lacking just in the way she phrased like only a half a term, because to me that sounds like, I think I'm leaning towards it's too recent, right? I would be more inclined to grant her technician options, if this was the DWI was first in the past, but I agree.
Dr. Mack, do you have anything?
So we're basically really looking at the one DWI because the other thing was dropped or null processed, I guess. I mean, obviously she shouldn't have drank that much and driven, so we're certainly not condoning that, but I would probably give her the tech license, knowing that she does act like she's learned something from it.
Thank you. Dr. Newsom?
I'm kind of torn with this. We do have a level of immaturity here. Drinking to the point to get, incapacitated. And then the danger of driving with that high of a blood alcohol level. Still on probation, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm in favor of possibly granting a license after she's through all this legal stuff. Get through the probation and perhaps, maybe coming back in 6 months or so, 6 months to a year. To see what you're spending now. I'm standing at that point.
So her
Probation.
So her application was dated September 1st of 2022, so we have until September 1st of this year, and I'm just thinking out loud. We asked her to come back in June when her probation is up. That's not 6 months, but I don't know that we'll have another full board meeting other than June before this application expires.
That sounds good.
And I think since an appeal, she has to come before the full board, right?
Could we perhaps make a decision today that says that she's gonna stay suspended? But if she successfully completes her probation and reports that satisfactorily to staff, that the license will be reinstated as of September 1. She didn't know. Approving application as of September.
Doing it that way, in the past, we have waited to give a history to see what transpires. If we go ahead and grant approval now, we're kind of trying to look into a crystal ball and say what's going to happen in the future. Kind of defeats the purpose.
It would be, if we did that, the best thing for her would be for us to just take no action and her just let it expire, because sometimes you have to report people withdraw an application or if it's not. Whereas if it just, there's no decision. I guess my thought was, I think financing is clearly an issue based on some things that we've seen.
What is it?
Her economic situation, and so I just want to be cognizant of that if we are going to ask her to reapply, right? But if we're not going to be comfortable making a decision before this expires, then I think that's our job.
If she does reapply, though, won't she be facing the same issues? if you don't resolve it today.
Yes, you have to come back before the board.
So we've got from now until 7 more months of time has passed.
And certainly there are come into play. But, and I guess the history of at least the DWI would come into play compared to what happened just 6 months.
Historically, we've applied anything in the last 2 years, and we kind of had pause. And now we're feeling pressed to get before probation to be open.
But that would be plenty here for you to, put out to the board. Excuse me, for your, the time lapse of 2 years.
What have we done in the past if we had one DWI?
Seems to me like the least amount of time we've done is 2 years. Is that right? That was all. So about 2 years or more.
And we don't really know if they're gonna let her off probation because she hasn't done the interlock.
Say that again, Debbie?
Well, I don't know if we really know she's gonna get off probation because she hasn't done the interlock piece.
That's true.
And the event occurred in November, so come November, that would be. And we would have information about the law.
It's true.
So I think since she did it, we'll have to make a decision, right? If we're saying that as a group, we're saying that we're not going to be comfortable making a decision at the June board meeting, then we can't punt it there, so we need to make a decision today.
So we just, put it on the table and let it die. And let her reapply in the fall. That way we're taking no action today.
Since that's a question I think for council, because I don't know if we're allowed to take no action since she appealed the denial, right? But I don't. Council, can we go over the record, please?
Sure, all right, let's go back on the record. This is Zarai Malone, and I'm sorry, 2023-17. There's a question for council.
The question the board has is whether or not we can just choose to take no action today, or if we have to make a decision to either grant the permit or uphold the administrative denial.
I think a decision has to be made today. I think, we received this application October 5th, 2022. So it would expire after a year's time. If you want to bring her back in, you have to take that into consideration. But yeah, this would be the final due process piece, and the board would need to make a decision today on her application.
Go back off the record for a moment.
All right, we'll go off the record.
So
Y'all want something else? Okay, we got to go back to the record.
go back to the record.
All right, we're back on record. Is there a question for council?
Yeah, they were still discussing.
No.
Very good.
So I think I'm just getting history from Robert Cradle. It looks like in the past you have been able to table the decision, so you could do that. That could be your decision today. That is in fact an option that you entertained in the past.
Thank you.
Before we go back,
Oh,
one follow up on that. So assuming we table it, then what will happen is the application will expire.
It would expire after a year's time. We received it October 5th, 2022. So it would, she would have, after that, 2023, October 5th, she would have to reply.
Let's go off the record for deliberations.
I like that particular since I would assume that she would reapply. Or gun charge, which makes it not included, you would be able to get a
come back, like, it would be the exact same process.
Also without the time.
I think they would probably still put that in there, but we would have the history, right? Exact, I think it was the exact same scale, because of the DWI. Staff would administratively deny, you have to feel that knowledge.
But if we do it, wait until 2 years from the date of the incident, which would be the 27th. That gives us 2 years, and it gives us the benefit of her probation and related to her.
All I'm saying is that I think it is extremely unfair to hold against her an overcharge, as was the case in the other situation.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
She
think
shouldn't have to be defended for something like that.
Yeah, no, I don't think.
I think most of our concerns about alcohol.
Oh, I agree. Absolutely.
Debbie, do you have anything else?
No, no. It's kind of a tough one.
I'm just not looking up there all the time, so I want to check.
There's no either way. I would say table the application.
Any objection to that? All right, we're ready, sir.
Okay. But we'll be just as soon as our court reporter returns from her session. Anyone needs a quick break? Unless it's, all right, let's go back on the record in loan matter, case number 2023-17. Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have a motion.
Okay, in the matter of Zaire Malone, pharmacy technician applicant, case number 2023-017. We are going to table her application for the time being.
So
Second, Susan. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. The board's decision will be reduced to writing and service made or attempted on all parties. Ms. Malone, if you want to appeal this decision, that's under the Administrative Procedure Act, which is Arkansas Code Annotated 2515-12-1. If there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded in the record as well. We're off the record.
Okay, do you understand what we did for you?
Let's table
We just gonna hold on to this application until some time is passed, until you get past your probationary period, everything's settled with law enforcement. Then you come back to us, which will probably be, sometime in the latter part of the fall. And, reapply. And we'll look at everything again. So, we didn't say yes and we didn't say no. We stated a neutral position to give you some more time. So you take that time and be positive with it. Don't get into anything else. Thank you. Good luck.
So let's say she wants to do something else and on a different non-pharmacy related application. How does she answer the question of have you ever had that?
At this point, it's not denied, because it came to the full board for an appeal, so it's on appeal, so it is not, at this point, it's just table.
Just take it, just,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. That makes sense, but I was just like, I'm confused.
I'm gonna bring in John Miller, if that's okay.
Actually, it's close it, we'll please, I don't want the other one, it's open. This one? Yeah, that one, yes, ma'am. Thank you. Pardon me, but.
Good, how you doing?
All right.
All right.
Okay, are we waiting for Dr. McCready?
Yeah, most of it is,
This is John Miller. Is that right, Mr. Miller?
That's right.
Okay, wait, I'll informally real quick, I'm the hearing officer, I'm not part of the board, I'm the neutral party, and just to facilitate the questioning. And the way this works is it's an informal proceeding, somewhat informal, but where we take turns, and first thing will happen is Ashley Dales is the counsel for the board, she'll call for a witness. So McCready will testify, you can get, you'll have the opportunity to ask them the questions, or a lot of times when folks come, they just want to talk to the board directly, and you have an opportunity to do that too. Okay. So don't feel like you got to be long or, real fundamental questions or anything like that. Because you'll get a chance to just have a dialogue with the board as well. Okay. Okay. We ready to go on the record? Board?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go on the record. This is the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy, case number 2023-08 in the matter of John Miller, pharmacy technician applicant. Mr. Miller, would you please identify yourself for the record?
Sure, John Miller.
And the notion, it doesn't look like you're represented by counsel today, is that right? But you have the right to do that.
I'm the licensed attorney, so I'm fine with that.
Okay, my mistake, sorry. Okay, so you got a copy of the order and notice of hearing?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Board counsel, would you identify yourself?
Ashley Bales, General Counsel for Arkansas Board of Pharmacy.
Okay. All right, well, for the benefit of just the formalities, this hearing is held pursuant to the Administrative Procedures Act. Script rules of evidence don't apply. If you have any exhibits that you want admitted, we'll get them here in a minute. I have latitude to caution the parties or move the proceedings along. the board's deliberations and the proceedings are all under the Freedom of Information Act, so that means all parts of the hearing are open to the public. Okay, so, do you have any other witnesses besides yourself?
No.
Okay, so, Dr. McCready and Mr. Miller, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Any need for, Ms. Vales, you want to admit your exhibits?
I do, I move to admit exhibits number 1 through 16.
So those admitted, Mr. Miller, do you have any exhibits that you need to be admitted?
No.
All right, Ms. Vales, go right ahead.
I would ask,
Ms. Bell, can I interrupt you? Dr. Mack does not have video of Mr. Miller.
All day I've had the guest speakers video, but today, right now, there's nothing. It just says guest 1 or guest 2.
Let's go off the record real quick until we do this whole matter.
I'll switch these back.
I think that's what should change then, because,
Okay, so the next time we have- there we go. Thanks for letting us know that.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back on the record. Ms. Vales, I think we were with you.
Yes, I just asked the board to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and Arkansas Pharmacy Board of Regulations. And I'd like to call Dr. Brenda McCready as my witness.
Please proceed.
Dr. McCready, can you identify for the board, what is exhibit number 1?
exhibit number 1 is the order of notice of hearing.
And can you identify for the board what exhibit number 2?
Exhibit number 2 is the proof of service, and Mr. Miller is here today.
Okay, and let's go back to exhibit number 1, which is the order of notice of hearing. Mr. Miller submitted an application to be registered as a pharmacy technician, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and during the application process, there was some disqualifying information that came to light, correct?
That is correct.
And tell me, allegation number 3.
On or about October 2021, respondent was arrested for sexual solicitation in the first degree, which is a class B misdemeanor. Possession of an instrument of crime, class A misdemeanor, and contempt of corporate failure to pay fines, class C misdemeanor.
Right, and also during the application process, the board received information that Mr. Miller had a disqualifying mental disease defect, is that correct?
That's correct. On November 10th, 2021, the applicant entered the Meadows, which is a patient treatment facility in Burton, Arizona. The Meadows treats various disorders, including sexual and drug addiction. Upon receiving a psychiatric evaluation, the applicant was diagnosed with major depression, specified compulsive disorder, specifically sexual compulsive behavior and gaming, and cannabis use disorder, moderate.
All right, and at the point that Mr. Miller was discharged, and this Meadows is an inpatient program, correct?
That's correct.
At the point of his discharge, what was the recommendations according to the medical records for him to follow?
The prognosis of discharge was poor. The Meadows recommended that the applicant enter into Pine Grove Professional Enhancement Program, which is a treatment facility for sexual addiction in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, no later than January 1, 2022. At discharge, Mr. Miller agreed to enter that program. However, there are no records to prove that he entered the program. And there are no records presented to the board that the applicant had entered into any program or received any aftercare as recommended by treating psychiatrist at the Meadows.
And has the board received any medical records other than those from the Meadows?
We have received some treatment records from the Meadows. We have not received any other than our own.
Great. And let me highlight for you a little bit for the board, some things of note in the medical records. The medical records are under exhibit number 15. I've got it marked here for you. This is under the psychiatric discharge summary. The medical records are numbered at the top, and this is page 49 of 70 for the facts.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me at the bottom of that page, at the point of discharge, what was Mr. Miller's psychiatric diagnosis?
Major depression, single episode, moderate and partial remission. Other specified obsessive compulsive and related disorders, sexual compulsive behavior, and gaming, cannabis use disorder, moderate in a controlled setting.
All right, and now I want to turn your attention to another portion of the Meadows records. It's a counseling discharge summary. At the top, it's page 55 of 70.
Okay.
And in this portion of the medical records, it goes into the follow-up treatment plan. After his discharge, can you tell me what Mr. Miller selected to do after he was released from the Meadows?
His discharge was for home for 8 days, then enroll in Pine Grove Professional Enhancement Program beginning on 1/1 of 2022.
Has any records been presented to the board indicate that he did enter that other program?
They have not.
Okay, if you flip one page over, the last paragraph of the counseling discharge summary says prognosis at discharge. In the middle of that paragraph, the sentence that begins lastly. Can you read that?
It says, lastly, Mr. Miller referred to lack of insight around the severity of his process addiction are sources of concern and could predispose a relapse. In aftercare, Mr. Miller III compartmentalized and internalizing step one for,
That's fine.
In aftercare, Mr. Miller III will need to focus therapeutic work around his toxic shame, self-esteem, and other esteem defensiveness.
All right, now I want to step away from the medical records for a minute. If you'll look under the exhibit number 10, and that, can you describe for the board what that document is?
This is the Little Rock District Court transcript.
And can you tell me, can you read off the charges that are listed there?
Sexual solicitation first, class B misdemeanor on 10/28/21. Possession of instrument of crime, class A misdemeanor, 10/28/21. Contempt of court for failure to pay fines, class C misdemeanor, 5/24/2022.
Right, and does it indicate on that document, the disposition of those criminal charges?
It indicates that there was no plea, but they were dismissed.
And based on the records presented by Mr. Miller, do we believe, is your belief that Mr. Miller's charges were dismissed based on his entering a treatment program?
Yes.
Is there anything else, Dr. McCready, that we have not gone over that you'd like to present to the board?
No.
That's all the questions. All the questions I have for Dr. McCready.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Miller, any questions for this witness?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Craig, on the medical records that you read out in number 15, what were the dates of treatment there?
This date of treatment, let me find it. I believe was 11/10 of 2020. The date of the evaluation was 11/10/2021.
And the, the discharge date?
12/23/2021.
And if you will, we'll turn to exhibit number 4. And can you identify that?
That is the denial letter of the application for pharmacy technician registration.
And the date?
November 21, 2022.
And can you read the second sentence of the first paragraph?
Denial is based on your criminal history and the fact that you are currently using marijuana. Marijuana is a Schedule I controlled substance under federal law.
So I just want to understand this. You're using medical records from November of 2021 to say November of 2022, I'm currently using marijuana.
Those are the only medical records that you provided to us. As far as I'm aware, the medical records indicated that you had a cannabis disorder, and because those were the only records we had, that's what we went with.
Right, but you would agree that these medical records are over a year old that you're saying is a
proof of a current use.
I'm telling you that based on the documents that you provided the board, that's what we based this denial on.
Okay, and I'm just asking you to confirm that you're using year records that are 1 year old.
Correct. The ones that
Okay.
we provided us. And they
So
were
you have
provided,
no proof that there is any current use of marijuana.
we don't, these were provided to us on October 14th of 2022. So that was the only records we had.
And you were reading this back to exhibit 15 on page 56 in the counseling discharge summary. Those sentences that you were reading, was there any mention or reference to any kind of substance abuse in those sentences that you read?
Not that I read those.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Gentle Path treatment facility at the Meadows?
I'm not.
So are you aware that they do not treat any kind of substance abuse disorder?
I'm only aware of the diagnosis they gave me. I said I wasn't aware of the path, just the diagnosis.
Okay. So you're not familiar with this, so you're basing information off.
I'm basing my information off the records that you provided us.
That's fine, that's all my questions for you.
Very good. Any questions from the board for Dr. McCrickle? All right, hearing none, Ms. Evans, call you next.
That's all there's on.
All right, so now it flips over to you, Mr. Miller. You can call a witness or you can engage the board.
Sure, I'll just make a brief statement, I suppose. So I did go into treatment in November of 2021 for sexual addiction. The few months leading up to that, I was using marijuana as a self-medication amidst the probably deepest mental health pit I've ever been in. Since going to treatment, again, I did not get treatment for any kind of substance abuse. They make mention of it just because it did come up through the course of my treatment, but I did not receive any treatment for substance abuse. I do not have any substance abuse issues. Since that time, since my discharge, I have not engaged in any drug abuse. I got this letter saying that I was denied my application because of my criminal history and my current use of marijuana, which was false. There's nothing in here that says that I've been using marijuana since my discharge, December 2021. My criminal history of solicitation, as embarrassing as it is, I don't think has any relevance to the job of a pharmacy tech or the concerns of being around controlled substances. And just to clarify, the instrument of a crime charge was because I had a cell phone and I used my cell phone to engage in the crime. So there were no charges related to drugs. Those charges were ultimately dismissed, not dependent on any kind of treatment. They were just dismissed because that's how the legal system works when someone like me and you hire an attorney. So when I get this letter that all it says is my criminal history and my current use of marijuana, there's no information. Nobody told me, hey, we have concerns. There's a mention of drug abuse. Can you provide more information about that? Can you help show us that you are not currently using marijuana? There was no communication saying, hey, we see that you were supposed to go to another program. When you told us that you requested records from all these places, we didn't get all those records. These are the only records we have. Can you provide those records to us? Would have been more than happy to. There was no follow-up. There was no communication. I was just flat out denied based on assumptions made from medical records that were a year old. I don't think that that is appropriate. I don't think that the information the decision was made upon was accurate. And that's why I've appealed this denial.
Very good, sir. Any questions from council? Please, Phyllis?
I do have some questions for Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, what did you do exactly to get arrested for sexual solicitation?
I contacted what I thought was a prostitute and met up with her, and it was a police thing.
Okay, so you were intending to contact a prostitute that actually turned out to be a police officer, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and you used your cell phone, I guess you said, to facilitate that.
Did.
Is that the first time you've ever done anything like that?
No, that was part of my long history dealing with a sexual addiction that until I was arrested and hit rock bottom, I had never really fixed, but certainly haven't engaged in any of that since receiving treatment.
All right, and so you are an attorney, in fact, you know marijuana is illegal,
Yes.
and you don't have any kind of medical marijuana card.
No.
And how long have you been a user of marijuana?
I would say probably 6 to 9 months leading up to my arrest.
You didn't use marijuana in college?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I may have experimented with it a couple times in college, yes.
Okay.
But I wouldn't classify that as being a marijuana user.
Prior to your admission into the Meadows, were you using marijuana on a daily basis?
Yes.
And that was self-medicating from your addiction issues?
Well, I was suffering from a pretty severe depression that I really wasn't even aware of or kind of knew, but you know, there was a lot of mental health issues that were going on internally for me that I just really wasn't aware of. And so yes, I turned to marijuana, and certainly my sexual addiction helped relieve some of the mental anguish I was going through at the time.
Did you use marijuana to help you sleep?
Yes.
Great. And so you went to the Meadows, and the plan was for you to enter another program, correct?
Correct.
And you went home for a week or so. Did you go to this other program?
Yes.
And why did you, I mean, you said there was no follow-up. Why did you present to the board staff only part of the medical records?
I didn't know I was only presenting part. I had requested all of my medical records to be submitted with my application. The decision was made by the pharmacy board prior to receiving all of those records. I was told that y'all had received everything, when in fact you hadn't. So I did not know that that was missing until after a denial. In fact, not even in my denial letters that say that.
So how would the board know that you went to this other treatment program if you didn't provide us with these records?
How would I know that the board didn't have these records?
How
when
would
they
the
said
board
that they did?
staff know that you went to another program unless you provided us with those records?
Well, I sent an email to Christie saying I've requested these records, so I believe y'all did have notice that there were additional records to request.
Okay, but did you indicate to Ms. Bryant that you had records from more than one facility?
Yes.
And looking at the exhibit marked 16,
Mhm.
and if you turn to, let's see, the 4th page, and this is a record from Little Rock District Court, correct?
The 4th page
Yes.
of exhibit 16.
Yes.
This is some entries off of Court Connect.
Yes. And at the top of that page, it says PD Pete Egan, waive appearance, defendant in rehab, negotiation, no NP, no cross for 6 months.
Yes.
So the court was aware that you were in rehab.
Correct. That's why I couldn't make my court date that day. My attorney appeared on my behalf.
And the PD, that's a public defender, correct?
No.
PD Peggy Egan is not a public defender?
I don't know who that is, but I was not represented by the public defender.
Okay, you had a private attorney?
I did.
Okay. And so that person appeared on your behalf. when you were in rehab and entered negotiated plea for no cross for 6 months because you were in rehab?
Yes.
So that helped the court case to go to rehab?
No.
No?
No, I just couldn't appear because I was in treatment.
Okay, and what treatment facility were you in at that time when you were supposed to be in court?
The professional enhancement program at Pine Grove in Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
And how long were you at that program?
About 5 weeks.
And then you were discharged to your home?
Yes.
And tell me what efforts you've made, if you're not using marijuana anymore, what have you done? Are you in a 12-step program or anything to help with that issue? Or how are you maintaining your sobriety with regard to marijuana?
Yeah, if you will turn to exhibit number 9, my sworn affidavit. It explains all of that, where you'll see the second paragraph where again, I informed the board that I had gotten treatment from multiple places. In the third paragraph, since returning, I've continued to seek regular treatment for my addiction with a certified specialist on a weekly basis and attended regular 12-step recovery meetings per week.
And who is this certified specialist?
As Dr. Bonnie Phillips.
And she is treating you for marijuana?
No, she's treating me for
Sexual
addiction.
And so, can you tell me, you're a licensed attorney, correct?
Correct.
You still maintain your law license?
Yes.
And so why do you want to be a pharmacy tech?
Oh, I don't anymore. I'm here to put my name. At the time, I was not working as an attorney. I was working in a pharmacy and trying to pay the bills as I tried to work back into the practice of law. And so I'm now back practicing full time and no longer need this, but I definitely did not want anything on my record saying that I've been denied this application for facts that weren't true.
Okay. You have no intention of working as a pharmacy technician?
Not this time, but, you know, certainly would like to maintain that option if that I need to in the future.
I don't have any other questions of Mr. Miller.
Okay, thank you. Anything for the board? So you're an attorney.
Yes, sir.
And you requested this hearing.
Yes, sir.
And you've been complaining about the record being inadequate, medical records out there. You raised these allegations about the treatment that you received from somebody else. You said you were undergoing treatment from somebody now.
I'm in counseling on a regular basis. Yes, sir.
You thought that was important enough to mention.
Sure.
So what documentary evidence that you think is missing from the record do you have for us to see today?
Well, until today, I didn't know what exhibits you had. I didn't know what information you had. So when I don't know what you have, I don't know what I need to give you. Had I known that you didn't have the Pine Grove records and you didn't have my therapist records, I absolutely would have provided it to you. Had that been told me before the denial, I would have been happy to provide that. I didn't know these things were missing.
Now, again, you're an attorney.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask anybody at the board, let me see a copy of the record so I can prepare for the hearing? You know, I might not expect the routine run-of-the-mill pharmacy tech to know that, but as an attorney, you ought to know to ask.
So am I being held to the standard of an attorney, or am I being held to the standard of the pharmacy tech that I'm applying to be?
You're being held to the standard of you.
Okay.
You've come in here and presented a lot of oral testimony that says that the record's missing, but we don't have anything for you other than what you're saying.
Sure. I guess my concern is, as I point out in Exhibit 9, I did inform the board of all the treatment that I've been going through, and yet the board tells me that it had everything to make the decision when we did it. So I don't know that that is a fair opportunity for me to be denied on an application when I tell you that there's more information we had that you didn't.
Well, you will agree with me, will you not, that there is evidence of treatment currently post anything that the board had when they were that, right?
Absolutely.
And yet you've made no effort to bring us any of that information.
I didn't know you didn't have it. I'm happy to bring it to you. I can't bring it to you today. I don't have it on me right now, but I'm happy to provide that. I don't know what I don't know, and I don't know how I can be held responsible for what I don't.
Well, unfortunately, the decision we have to make is a decision based on what's in the record. Now, when was the last time you used marijuana?
Let's see, my arrest was October 28th, so probably October 26th or 27th, 2021.
October of 2021.
Yes, sir, before my arrest.
Thank you, that's all.
I have a follow-up based on what, Mr. Simpson asked if I could.
Go ahead, Council.
And I'm referring to exhibit 6. And if you look, Mr. Miller, that is an email exchange that you've had with some members of board staff. One of which is Christy Bryant, who's sitting out there in the lobby. And on an email dated October 19th, 2022, Ms. Bryant writes, and I'll just read it, but again, I'm not sure what you were told, but I do not have your medical records. She was out for surgery, and she attached what she had received from you. Do you see that email exchange on October 11th and October 19th?
Yes,
So Ms. Bryant did discuss with you the issue of the medical records, correct?
yes, apparently,
And she said in her email, the attached documents is what I received from them.
mhm.
So there was some communication between board staff, who is not an attorney, but board staff with you regarding the medical records.
Yes, apparently my first request for the Meadows records, they came back and needed a different HIPAA release signed. So I got that and got that fixed, and obviously the records from the Meadows were received. There was no communication that was all that was received. It was just told that those were there and y'all had it, but you didn't. Even though I emailed and you had a sworn statement about more records that should be there.
And did you ask anyone else at board staff after you got the denial letter at any point exactly what records that we had received?
No, I just assumed that you had them all, and the only records that we talked about marijuana use have been Meadows from November and December of 2021.
Any follow-up from the board for this witness? Any other witnesses, Mr. Rock?
No.
I may, sorry,
Oh,
I do have one question. So to be clear, you do not want a tech license.
Not at this time, but I may want to pursue that in the future. And I want to make sure that, you know, my name is clear of any wrongdoing on a denied application.
Any more questions off the matter?
I don't know exactly what he means by he wants his name cleared because we just have what we have. I don't know how he thinks we would correct his name.
Well, by not denying the application, I believe the question on the application is, have you ever been denied by this board before? So I would like to preserve my opportunity to apply again in the future without a denial in my record, in case I do need to work as a pharmacy tech.
Dr. Rich?
So, did the Board of Pharmacy ask you to apply to be a pharmacy technician, or did you apply to us?
I applied.
Okay. So you understand that the application and materials and anything requested would be supplied by you, it's your responsibility to provide all that else.
Absolutely.
Okay, and in your own words, we would not be able to know what we don't know if you have not provided those documents or at your direction, someone would not have provided those documents. So the board can only reasonably act upon what we know, same as you were saying, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, and it appears that the last documentation, medical record documentation that you provided was a year old at the time that you provided.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Had you ever thought about, withdrawing the application so that you won't get a denial?
Well, let's see, the denial was in November of 2022. I didn't return to the practice of law until the beginning of this year. So I'd already requested to appeal my denial as I was still working in pharmacy at that time.
Okay.
But yes, if the board is willing to vacate the denial, I'm happy to withdraw my application.
Any other questions from any of the board members?
No, sir.
Any other follow-up from council?
I just have a little closing remark.
Okay, so let's entertain some closing remarks and that's amenable to the board.
Board staff would just recommend and ask that the board uphold the administrative denial of Mr. Miller's application. I've heard from him today, he has no intention of working as a pharmacy technician. And we believe that his ongoing mental disorders, which he's still receiving treatment for, his excessive compulsive disorders, his sexual addiction, his gambling. And we believe that renders him unfit to obtain a pharmacy technician registration.
All right, thank you. Mr. Miller, any closing argument?
Yeah, it's to council's point, I don't see how a sex addiction would really benefit to be a pharmacy technician. Again, I think I made my arguments pretty clear. Just like to reiterate the fact that even in this one affidavit, the board was made aware of these records that needed to be received before a decision was made, and yet it weren't. So I'm just asking that the denial be vacated this time.
Very good, sir. At this time, we'll go off the record for deliberations. And to reiterate that the deliberations are open to the public and freedom of information. Proper record.
I think there's two separate issues. One is the marijuana issues, which is clearly within the 2-year time. The other is, I can understand why violation of federal law, such as the FBI, marijuana, have a substantial relation with practice of pharmacy. I don't know if there's a non-pharmacist, I don't know if our understanding the connection between sexual relation and practice of pharmacy. That maybe somebody explain the basis of that. Well, is there sufficient connection on a moral issue or something? What are we based on?
Do you mind repeating part of that? I'm sorry, I couldn't quite follow you.
My question was, the relationship between a violation of the law regarding sexual addiction and the practice of pharmacy. So I can understand the relationship between, say, violating the marijuana laws or VWI or something that could directly impact on the practice of pharmacy. But I don't understand how sexual addiction falls in that. And I think it's not any felony that provides a problem with regard to pharmacy issues. It's one that relates to the practice of pharmacy. As a non-pharmacist, I don't understand. There may be a connection, I just don't understand it.
Possibly just the protecting the our role is to protect the public in all facets, not just any certain, it's just protect the public. So if I could see how it would be related, I mean, there would be a lot of customers children, grownups, everything in there. I don't know. So I think it's related. I guess I'm just trying to answer your question a little bit.
Based on what's in, there's allegations of sexual misconduct, gambling was mentioned, cannabis use. Addiction is mediated by dopamine effect, and if you have a propensity for one addiction, you equally have propensity for others. So, I think you can see across behaviors from sexual deviance. What was the other one? Not cannabis, but gambling to drug use. I mean, I think you can see a basis for that. Whether or not it's enough for a basis for us to act upon, I don't know that it matters, because the cannabis alone is enough for.
But to me, that's where our focus on be. I just think we need to be careful that we don't get around kicking and screaming and being immorality.
I understand, and I answered your question simply trying to make a connection, so I give you an ethophysiological. But I do believe that the board's primary consideration, I would involve in that cannabis use.
In his intake record, in the medical records, he admits to doesn't state that he had an interest. But that's it. Page 31.
Can we just approve what board staff did? So this accept.
Just up all the administrative.
Did you hear that, David?
No, what was that?
Uphold what the board staff decision is on this matter. Just agree with it and let it stand there.
That's my thought. I don't see any reason we would not deny it. The board did their due diligence and they suggested we don't. I believe we hold with that. We don't have any reason to drop it or just have the application go away.
If we do that, I think we also ought to indicate that based solely on the marijuana use issue being within our typical 2-year framework, that alone would be sufficient to uphold the decision.
All right, let's go back on the record. In the matter of John Miller Pharmacy Tech applicant, case number 2023-08. Turn it over to the chair.
All right, we have a motion, Mr. Simpson.
I move that we uphold the staff recommendation addition to that, we also state that we would uphold the board recommendation solely on the marijuana usage issue. Um,
Second, by Dr. Rick. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Mr. Miller, the board's decision will be reduced to writing, service attempt or made on all parties. If you want to appeal this decision to circuit court, that's pursuant to the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, ACA 25-15-201 and other sections. If there are other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed. Thank you, sir. Who's next?
Stay in break. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's take a break.
Yeah. Make sure I know that there. Yes.
All right, ready, board? Let's go on the record, before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. This is case number 2023-13. Mr. Jabril Johnson, pharmacy tech applicant. My name is Christian Harrison. I'm here in officer today. And we visited just a little bit right now to go over how the process works. The first thing I need to do is ask you just to identify yourself for the record with your name and so forth.
Okay, my name is Jabril Johnson.
Okay, and I know you're not represented by council today, but you knew that you were able to if you want to. All right. Do you have any exhibits or things like that that you want the board to?
No, sir.
Very good. And you got you received a copy of the order and notice of hearing about today's hearing, of course.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you indicated that you're ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Board counsel, would you identify yourself in the record, please?
I'm Ashley Bales, General Counsel for the Arkansas Board of Pharmacy.
Okay, for the benefit of everybody present today, who may not hear the experience, the board has to base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This is according to the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, which means that strict rules of evidence and procedure don't apply. I'll try to keep the thing flowing as best I can to promote fairness and a good decision from the board. The covered exhibits, the deliberations of the board, and all this is open to the public under the Administrative Procedures Act and on Zoom here. If you're going to testify as a witness, Ms. Johnson, is Dr. McCready going to be the witness?
Yes.
Would you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in as a witness? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other preliminary matters? Ms. Dales,
No, I just want to introduce the exhibits 1 through 13 for the record. And I asked the board to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and governing Arkansas pharmacy board regulations. And I called Dr. McCready, my witness.
go ahead.
All right, Dr. McCready, can you identify for the board what exhibit number 1 is?
It's the order notice of hearing.
All right, and can you tell the board what the allegation is in this matter?
Yes, Gabriel Johnson applied for a pharmacy technician permit, and then we ran a criminal background check. We had a theft of property class A misdemeanor come back on the background. It was a charge that came back, it was from 2008. It is a disqualifying offense, so we staff denied the application.
Right, and if you will, turn to exhibit number 9. Can you tell the board what that document is?
It's the Little Rock District Court certified docket.
And can you list off for me what the charges are on this docket?
There's a theft of property, which is an unclassified misdemeanor from 7/15 of 2008. There's a revocation, I believe that was a revocation of the terms of her probation from 2/17 of 2010. A contempt of court, an unclassified misdemeanor from 11/30 of 2010. And an additional contempt of court, which was, this was actually an expungement of that contempt of court on 4/24 of 2012.
And Dr. McCready, can you tell me what plea Ms. Johnson entered in those charges?
She pled guilty to those charges.
And if you review allegation number 5, was it under the board's investigation that she did not comply with the terms of post probation sentence?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And so therefore her case remains on her record, correct?
Right, her probation was revoked by court.
Anything else you want to add regarding Ms. Johnson's denial of her application? That's all the questions I have for Dr. McCready.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Johnson, like we talked about before, you can ask questions of Dr. McCready, or you can address the board just to be able to say what you want to say. Either way.
All I want to say is, I caught that charge in 2008. I haven't been in trouble since. I did get put on probation, and I wasn't working at the time, so I stopped paying. So that's when my probation got revoked. And then it took them forever to serve me, but I turned myself in when I found out that my probation had warrant, and I paid my fine. And it one total payment. So, but I haven't been in trouble since.
Very good. Any questions from council for the witness?
I do, Ms. Johnson, can you tell us exactly what you did to get that, theft of property charge?
I stole a can of infamy from Walmart.
You stole a can of infenol? Okay, so you didn't pay for it?
No,
Did you conceal it in the store?
yes, ma'am.
And then you walked out of the store without paying for it? And you were not alone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were alone?
No, ma'am. I was.
Okay. Have you completed all the terms that you were supposed to at this point with your probation in Florida District Court?
Yes, ma'am.
And so all that is done?
It was supposed to be expunged, from my understanding.
Well, but you had a revocation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that may be why I wasn't expunged. I don't have any other questions from Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, council. Are there any questions from the board for Ms. Johnson?
I have a couple of questions. In section 3 of your application, it asks some questions about whether or not you have ever been arrested or charged with or convicted of a criminal offense, and you said no. Can you explain that?
I didn't do my application on my own. My school let me do it. So I told them about my charge. So I just did as I was told. Like I told them it's supposed to be expunged, so they told me no.
Just another question is, have you ever had a record expunged or sealed? And you said that.
It was a can of info.
Where are you working now?
In the daytime, I'm a substitute teacher for Little Rock School District and I call it.
Where's your
And
heart?
I worked.
You know, so
Substitute teachers. Where's your heart? And why do you want to be a technician?
just to try something different.
I have one more question.
Any other questions from any board member? Okay. Further questions from council? All right, in that case, call you next.
I don't have any interest in closing.
Sure, let's do that. So all the witnesses will just do a quick closing statement.
The board staff felt it appropriate to deny her application and bring her in front of you today because this is a disqualifying offense under 17.3.102, number 28. So that's why she's here today, and that's why the board staff denied.
At this time, let's go on with the record for board deliberations. And as a reminder, those are open to the public, so feel free to listen in. Cooperate.
I have no problem with your
Are you good with this? All right, y'all want to go back on? All right.
All right, we're back on the record in the case of Mr. Bill Johnson, pharmacy tech applicant, case number 2023-013. Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have a motion.
I would make. In the matter of Gabriel Johnson, case 2023-013, find allegations A1 through A6 to be true and charge C1 not proven, and I'll make a motion that we grant her application for a pharmacy technician permit.
All right, there's a motion made to allow her pharmacy tech permit and second. Is there any other conversation in this? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So.
Let the record reflect that the board's decision is unanimous, and the decision will be made in writing and provided a copy. If there's no other questions or comments, the hearing is concluded and the record is closed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I guess I need some direction on this. I mean, the charter says if proven true, the allegation or someone might be affected. So how can we say that they're true, but yet the charge is not proven if, but by definition, it says if proven?
Still up to us.
So basically, it's like there is no allegation.
Can't you just, but you can approve the waiver,
Yeah.
even though the allegations are even the charges.
I think the allegations were factual.
They were undisputed, yes.
Right.
Right.
But what you're doing is approving her waiver, which is listed in the.
So that might be the best way to work that.
Well, should I have said that the charge sheet was true, approving, instead of not approving?
And then if it's, but despite,
You can always say they're proven, but the board is going to, make a motion to grant the waiver. Yeah, we're gonna do Rebecca Johnson next. She's out of line, I think, just because we don't know why.
And I'm the hearing officer. Nice to meet you. Well, so we figure out how it works. I'm not part of the board. I'll just be the council, the boards and staff. She'll call in witness and talk about the reasons for your appeal. And you can either ask questions of the witness or you can just press the board directly about the case. It's bonus, so it'll be very informal. So that's the way it works. And then they go off the record for a while, but Ms. Grigsby over there is recording it. And then there's also a board director up there on Zoom. Okay. If you have any questions, be sure to let me know. Ready? All right, let's go on the record. This is before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Case number 2023-14, Mr. Mecca Johnson, Pharmacy Tech applicant. Ms. Johnson, let me explain a little bit. I know we visited off the record. All of these proceedings are on an informal basis under the Administrative Procedures Act. Let me ask you if you have any exhibits or papers that you want to submit. The board is only able to make their decision based on everything that they have in front of them today. And let's see, the strict rules of evidence don't apply. The deliberations of the board are public. And at this time, let me ask you to identify yourself for the record.
I am Rebecca Johnson.
Okay. You ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, counsel to the state, would you mind identifying yourself?
I'm Ashley Bales, General Counsel for the Arkansas Board of Pharmacy.
Do we want to admit your exhibits?
Yes, I'd like to move to admit exhibits 1 through 14 in this matter.
We'll show those admitted and we will have one first notice.
Correct. I'd like the board.
So sorry. Let me swear the witnesses.
Oh,
before we
okay.
Take testimony from you. My apologies. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead, counsel.
No, you're fine. I ask the board to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law applicable in this matter as Arkansas Pharmacy Board regulations, and I call Dr. Brendan McCrae.
Go ahead.
Dr. McCrae, can you identify for the board exhibit number 1?
This is order and notice of hearing.
All right. And what are the allegations in this matter?
Once again, on July 15, 2008, The applicant was arrested for theft of property at Class A misdemeanor at Walmart on Bowman Road. She pled guilty to theft of property and was sentenced to 1 year supervised probation with fines and court costs. She was charged with contempt of court on April 28, 2010 for failing to meet financial obligations in terms of her probation. On December 5th, 2009, applicant was charged with theft of property, Class A misdemeanor at Walmart on Baseline. On May 28, 2010, applicant pled guilty to the theft of property charge. On October 7, 2009, applicant was charged with fraudulent use of credit card, 2 counts, C felony, theft by receiving, C felony, and theft of property, A misdemeanor. Applicant pled guilty to the charges and was sentenced to 3 years supervised probation. Court fines and court costs. She is complying with the terms of her probation in the matter proceeded.
And, based on the criminal history, is that why board staff denied her application?
Yes, if a person's been found guilty or pled guilty or no one can do anything criminal proceeding, the board can deny. She also has a felony conviction. A felony conviction for theft and the use of the fraudulent credit card.
And if you'll identify for the board what exhibit number 7 is.
Exhibit number 7 is a request for a waiver to, even though these are disqualifying offenses, the applicant is requesting a waiver so that she can perform some station.
All right, and let me turn your attention to exhibit number 9, which is the 2008 charge. Can you identify for the board what that document is?
On 7, it's a Little Rock District Court city docket. It's a certified docket on 7/15/08. She was charged with theft of property, which is an unclassified misdemeanor. She pled no contendere and she was found guilty. Oh, I'm sorry. The next page is also a Little Rock District Court certified docket for theft of property for 12/5/09 and is classified misdemeanor, unclassified misdemeanor.
All right, and turning to exhibit 6, her application. In the part 3, personal history information, to Ms. Johnson disclose her criminal history to the board staff?
She did.
Do you have anything else you'd like to add in this matter that we have not gone over? That's all I have for Dr. McCready.
All right, thank you, counsel. Now, Ms. Johnson, like we talked about before, feel free to ask any questions of Dr. McCready, or if you'd rather just talk to the board, now's the time to do that.
Yeah, like everything they say was true. The 2008 charges, like I was homeless, so like I was trying to get some personal care items and stuff like that. And like that's how I ended up in trouble, got put on probation, and wasn't able to pay my fines because I was homeless, didn't have a job, none of that. And then I got a job at Target in 2010 when I caught my last charge, but it was more so somebody else had the credit card, came through my line, purchased gift cards, and I then turned around and purchased a gift card from that individual. So it's not like I was just out here hoorah, being a thug, taking stuff from people. Like I was just buying a stolen, gift card so that I could get some stuff from my house because I just got my first apartment. Even though I was working, it was like, I know what you're doing is wrong, but let me just buy one of these gift cards, you know what I'm saying? And so I did it, I admitted it, I put it on my application, like I'm not trying to hide, like throw the rock and hide my hands, like I have turned my life around, I haven't been in trouble since, I did my crime, it got sealed, I haven't been in trouble since then. I work with children now at an elementary school. I have 3 kids of my own. I'm engaged. Like my life is on the right track now. And the only reason I did, try to apply for pharmacy tech school was to do a career change. Like My resume is really good now, and I just kind of wanted to add more, like, so I can do more in life, and so I can provide more for children per se. And so I'm not discrediting what they said, because it was true. Like, I was on the streets, homeless, 18, Black female, just trying to survive. And I was wrong. I admit my wrongs, and I'm just here like for a clean slate, a better slate. Like, I believe everybody deserves a second chance.
Very good, thank you, ma'am. Any questions from council?
Just a few.
Go ahead, council.
So Ms. Johnson, you've got 3 different charges, all death related, correct? Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And this last one, in October of 2009, is a felony charge.
Yes, because when the guy came to my line with credit card, gift card transactions, that I allowed him to do total $300. So,
And you knew that that was a fraudulent transaction, correct?
well, I mean, I knew that he stole the card. I
Stole the
didn't,
card.
yeah,
Okay, so, and you're attributing this to just sort of a bad period in your life,
correct. Like, I was young.
but you had a job, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had a job, you were able to have some sort of income.
Yeah,
But you supplemented that by these thefts. Is that a fair statement?
yes, with the last charge, yes, ma'am.
And you completed all the terms of your probation, there's nothing outstanding, correct?
Correct.
Where do you work right now?
I work at Crystal Hill Elementary School.
And you also went to school to be a pharmacy tech?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, council. Any questions from any board member for this witness?
I would be more for council,
Proceed.
I think. But a C felony would or would not prohibit the handling and control of substance.
It is not. It's not a drug-related charge.
So
it would
it would not prohibit her from handling. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from any board member? Dr. Mack? All right, then, if there's no other questions, any closing argument from either party necessary?
I just got- I'd like to add, these are disqualifying offenses under 17.3.102. And this is a felony conviction. That is the reason that board staff denied her application. And we ask that you find the allegations and charges to be true and deny her application to be a pharmacy tech based on her criminal history.
Thank you, council. Ma'am, this is an opportunity to make any closing argument that you want to say to the board before they decide.
Well, I hear what she's saying, but again, like, I have turned my life around. Like, I haven't been in trouble since. I've been working for the past 10 years without being in any trouble. Like, I'm in school on top of working to finish my bachelor's degree. Like, I really think I deserve a second chance. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, let's go off the record for deliberations.
Anybody got anything to say?
I have no problem doing this.
Dr. Mack?
What did Rodney say? You have no problem giving her a,
Yeah, that's correct.
yeah, I think based on that it was 2009, I do realize there were 3 things and that is pretty serious, but it was quite a while ago.
She said, okay with her. good? What about you guys? So, Sarah? Well, I think we can make motions.
All right, well, let's go back on the record. We're back on the record for case number 2023-14 is commenced. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'd like to entertain a motion.
In the matter of Tremecca Johnson applicant for pharmacy technician license, case number 2023-014. Despite the fact that the allegations 1 through 5 are true and the charge is proven, having observed her debts of society, we recommend that she be granted her pharmacy technician license.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Record show we have 5 items.
Let the record so reflect. The decision of the board will be reduced to writing, you'll be provided a copy with it. And if there are no further questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Was it 6-1? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5.
Oh, you're not voting.
Does the president have a vote?
No, not unless you have first.
Go to write it down, not right off. Where what? I think,
Oh, yes.
according to you. Sir, you.
Yes.
I'm the hearing officer. Good to meet you. I'll explain how to proceed. Board, are we ready? Yes. All right, let's go on the record. This is the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. It's case number 2023-12, Courtney Beaver, pharmacy technician applicant. Ms. Beaver, would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Courtney Beaver.
Okay, and I'm represented by counsel today.
No.
Okay, do you, did you get a copy of the order and notice of hearing for today?
I did, but then in my vehicle. but-
That's okay, you don't have to have it. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Let me just give us a brief introduction to these proceedings, in case you haven't done one of these before. These are held under what's called the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. And that means that even though it somewhat resembles a regular court proceeding, the rules of evidence are not as strict, and the way that we question witnesses and the way that you're able to address the board is a little bit different. And so the way that it'll flow is Ms. Vales is the counsel for the board, and she'll be able to call the witness. Probably Dr. McCready, and she'll go through the reasons for your appeal. And kind of like a court proceeding, if you want to ask Ms. McCready questions after that, I'll ask if you want to do any cross-examination. But what you're also free to do is just simply at that point, tell the board whatever you feel like you want to tell the board, and try to and talk to them directly. And so don't be nervous or anything, and feel like you have to perform like a lawyer or anything like that.
Yes, yes.
If you have any questions at any time, let me know. And when the board retires to deliberate, those are also public, or feel free to listen in. Okay, and if you're going to be a witness here today, if you're going to address the board, I need to put you under oath as a witness.
Okay.
Dr. McCready, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will give today in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Okay.
All right. Any need for opening statements?
I'd like to move my exhibits to be moved into evidence. But I do need to make some addendums to that exhibit list if I could.
Sure, those will be admitted. Go ahead, state their
Okay, the addendum is, exhibit number 10 is court documents. Exhibit number 11 is an order to seal. Exhibit number 12 is a driver's license, social security card. 13 contains transcript. 14 is criminal background check, and 15 is more information request.
We'll show that so addended.
Thank you.
And in that case, yes, you're welcome first.
And I would ask the board to take judicial notice of applicable Arkansas statutory law and Arkansas Pharmacy Board regulations. And with that, I call Dr. Brenda McCready.
Go right ahead, Council.
All right, Dr. McCready, could you identify for the board exhibit number 1?
It is an order and notice of hearing.
And number 2, you identify that for the record.
Number 2 is the proof of delivery.
Great. And if you turn back to exhibit number 1, can you tell the board the allegations and why board staff felt necessary to deny Ms. Beaver's application?
Ms. Beaver applied for a pharmacy technician application, and on during the application process, we were provided with disqualifying information. Ms. Beaver was actually employed with Super D Drugstore, and on March 10th of 2009, she was arrested for theft of property, which was a deemed felony. From November of 2008 to 2009, respondent was an employee of Super D Drugstore in Pine Bluff, and she made false returns on prescription medications that customers had purchased. She stole between $30 and $40 per transaction. The total amount of the theft was $4,710. She entered a guilty plea of theft of property on or about September 1 of 2009, which is a Class B felony. The board felt it important to take into consideration that this was an act that was done while working in pharmacy and was done utilizing prescriptions that she was returning and taking money from. And we felt it should be denied.
And for clarification, Dr. McCray, is evident in Exhibit 6, this is the application for reinstatement, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. You can turn to page or exhibit number 9. Can you identify for the board what that document is?
This is a judgment and disposition order from the Circuit Court of Jefferson County, Arkansas. And it is it indicates that she was convicted of theft of property. It was a felony offense. She was sentenced to a period of 60 months. One probation, I'm sorry, she had 1 count. It was a negotiated plea.
All right, and based on the amount stolen, it's marked as a B felony, correct?
That is correct.
And can you identify for the board what's contained in exhibit number 11?
Exhibit number 11 is an order to seal the felony act under 1460 of 2013. And it is to seal the theft of property, which was a Class B felony, due to a big more than $2,500.
And if you'll turn back to exhibit number 6. Sorry, jumping around. Under the second page of that exhibit, under personal history information, the first question, has you ever been cited, arrested, or charged or convicted of a criminal offense? What did Ms. Beaver mark?
She said no on question 1.
And then the other question, have you ever had a record expunged? What did she mark?
Yes.
Anything else you'd like to add with regard to Ms. Beaver that we have not gone over?
No.
I think that's all the questions I have for Dr. McCray.
Thank you, counsel. Now, Ms. Beaver, like we talked about before, you're welcome to ask any questions of Dr. McCray, or you can simply address the board and explain what you feel like you need to explain anyway.
Well, there's no excuse for what I did. And I mean, I did what I was supposed to do, pay everything back. And I'm just trying to better myself. Recently became a single mom and just trying to better myself for myself and my kids, mainly for my kids. At that time, I had just gotten back to work from having a baby, and the whole time my husband at that time did not work. And so I was honestly just doing that to get by and pay bills. And like I said, that's not an excuse at all. And that's why I had to go, I was charged and I did all my community service, paid all my fines out, just so that I could get that taken care of and try to move on with my life.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from council for Ms. Beaver?
I do. Ms. Beaver, you're working for a pharmacy right now, is that
Yes, I
correct?
currently work at Express RX, and I've been here. I did previously work at All Care. I worked at All Care from February February of 2014, I do believe, up until no, February 2017, I'm sorry, up until I left 2 years ago for another job, and then I came back and to Express, which was all care, then Express RX took over. But I was gone for 2 years, but I have worked at in the pharmacy and medical field since 2007.
And what is your job duties currently?
Pharmacy clerk.
And is your current employer aware of your criminal backgrounds? You told them that you've been convicted of theft
Yes.
from a previous pharmacy?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me exactly what you were doing in the pharmacy when you got these charges.
I was the bookkeeper at that pharmacy, so I kept up with the books and kept up the deposits, and I was actually a pharmacy clerk at that time too. I was doing 2 different things, but that's being the bookkeeper is the reason that I was able to do the returns and the non-legal returns.
So you falsified these returns?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were lots of them, correct?
Yes.
So, because each return you did for about $30 or $40 at a time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the total amount of money that you stole, according to court records, is over $4,000.
Yes, ma'am.
What period of time did you commit all these thefts? Months, years?
Months.
Okay. And can you tell me why you made that choice to do these transactions and take this money?
Just needed to pay the bills. I was off work for a couple months before I had my daughter, and and like I said, my husband was not employed at that time, and so stupidly to try to make ends meet, I took something that was on mine.
Right, so you had a job, correct? And you supplemented your income with this theft. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions for Ms. Diva.
So any questions for the board? How are you calling? How are you?
They installed cameras and caught me. The company I was working for installed cameras and caught me.
Go ahead, Dr. Richard. Similar question to the last time. Is it a B felony since this involved medication, drugs? Would this change the definition?
I don't think that the matter of what she stole is dispositive of that issue. It's a disqualifying offense under 1792-102 or 17-3-102, I'm sorry, but it doesn't make it out and out disqualifying because it took place in the pharmacy.
So the reason I keep asking this question is, if she could not be in the presence of handling controlled substance, how can she work in a pharmacy at all?
Right.
That's the question I'm really.
To the best of my knowledge, the felony would have to have involved diversion of controlled substances at that night, there's nothing we have that says this was controlled substances or not controlled substances. She wasn't taking any drugs. This was just theft of receipts.
Dr. Mack?
I don't have a question.
We're basing this either on a felony listed in 17-3-102 or an act involving the duties of the pharmacy, right? After the law section. Section 1.3.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay. What I'm confused about is when I look at 17-3-102, the theft of property, it references 526-103. It puts the various statutes in it, and I can't understand how amount less than $5,000 could be a place to be felony.
That's what the indication is on the, judgment and disposition. I'm not, money wise, I think it might be an error, but,
Yeah, I think.
I think it might be a C felony, but it's listed as best as my interpretation of looking at the document. If you look under, and it's exhibit 9, if you look under classification of offense, you have A, and you have 2 X's next to B.
Yeah, and I just don't think I don't think that's right.
Well, I don't know if it's right or not, but this is the controlling document we have. They have it listed as B felony, which has a sentencing range from 5 to 20. And I believe she got 5 years probation. But the amount of restitution is $4,700, which technically does put it in the C level criminal offense.
Well, in any event, it looks like 3B would potentially apply, which is an act related to the qualification, function, and duties of the licensee.
Yes, that's applicable as well. And I've got some added information for Dr. Richmond request if you want clarification on that. So this Code of Federal Regulations, and I'll just read it to you. Registrant shall not employ as an agent or employee who has access to controlled substances. Any person who has been convicted of a felony offense related to controlled substances, or who at the time had an application for registration with DEA denied. So because we don't have any information that this was specifically controlled substances, it appears to be more of an embezzlement scheme. That's, I'm not sure that 100% applies.
I guess a related question would be, was the money stolen from the pharmacy, or was the money stolen from third parties, CMS be involved, if it's Medicare Part D, would that constitute some fraud, waste, and abuse limitation?
I will say that she was working as a bookkeeper. She was making $30 to $50 returns and keeping the money herself. So it doesn't say that whether she was doing any insurance reversals or anything like that. It just says she was doing a return, and I guess you could ask her, but her statement doesn't say that.
Can I say that I didn't have anything to do with the insurance? I was doing cash returns. Just from a paid prescription. I was doing just a return from that.
So somebody would bring a prescription back and explain how that would work. Give me an example.
Nobody would actually bring a prescription back. I would just act like they brought a prescription back and return it. Is what I was saying.
So they would actually come pick the prescription up and pay for it, and you would act as though they returned it and just take the money.
Yes, yes.
So money was stolen.
So, yeah, it was from the pharmacy, so I had to pay that.
Any other questions from any board member, Dr. Matt, or council? Well, with that, then let's go off the record for deliberations. Oh, I'm sorry, do you want to make any closing statement?
Briefly, board staff denied this application because we felt this was a disqualifying offense under the law. And we were concerned that this happened in the course of her work in a pharmacy. So we felt like this needed to be denied for those reasons, as well as the felony theft conviction.
Thank you, counsel. Ma'am, is there anything else that you'd like to say to the board before they retire? Thank you, ma'am. We'll go off the record now for the board's deliberations.
I guess I'll talk, Glenn. I think this is the large quantity, number one, and happened in a pharmacy. And this particular time wasn't drugs, but stealing can lead to that if there's desperation in a pharmacy. So my thought is this one is substantially more than what we've seen. I would probably recommend not to give the tech license.
Question, the pharmacy question. Does your bookkeeper have to be a pharmacy?
I believe, having read her personal statement, I think the reason she's wanting to be a pharmacy technician is that there's probably an increase in pay from being a clerk that can just run the register and check people out, and being a licensed technician. That's probably she gains some efficiency. The fact that she has a fairly extensive history as a pharmacy clerk, which will be running the register primarily, handling money. We haven't seen any other theft issues. I think that's worth noting.
If she really knew the charge, real charge. Would that been required of the pharmacy?
Putting medication back up on the shelf. Putting medication back up on the shelf.
Yeah.
I don't think she was doing this. I don't think she was doing like,
Well, I realize this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If she
That's
really
correct.
was doing it, you have to be pharmacy.
that's.
Right.
May have to ask about that offline. Because I thought we would let other cashiers, maybe other chains do returns without, I may have to require a tech permit specifically for putting away stock.
Well, I think she was just doing,
But I don't think that's what she was doing.
that's how she was doing, she was just doing general returns and maybe general merchandise receipts.
It seems to me the records demonstrate that she performed a disqualifying act as a pharmacy tech. So the question whether we somehow overlook that.
It's called back.
I guess given the fact that she's been working in a pharmacy, handling money as a clerk, and the amount of time since this incident, I would be in favor of giving her a second chance. Giving her the opportunity to work.
I know there was some question about under over 5,000, and one of these are number 10, it says the sentence balance was 5,465. So maybe that's where they went over the 5,000 limit to make it a B.
No. She doesn't do any kind of rehab or any treatment program for what she did. I'll be reluctant to take a license. Because, in the pharmacy area, we had, a lot of, high depth product that can just be picking up the shelf. So, right. So I would, misgivings about that. Whether that is.
Anybody else?
Let me just make sure I understand what Dr. Mitchell was saying. You were saying you think the facts are proven, like that you want to create an exception, or wait, something like that.
Yes, similar to the last two cases we heard.
Yeah, it has been a long time. I think it deserves a chance to also go through some. Basically, what's happened in the past. Just because, it happens, it's a class B felony. All actual theft of drugs. A lot of money. Goes to the pharmacy. Based on that.
Of course, an employer would take that into consideration. You're not stolen. I think the question for us would be, is that creating an issue with regard to other things that might happen with regard to hands, or what? Well, you've got a past severe wrongful act that had to do purely with money. Does that create a worry for us with regard to whether if that increases the likelihood that there will be a wrongful act in the future with regard to any of things?
I think for me, it does. I think for me, it does. Just one person.
Or you just repeat the same wrong.
So,
And my theory is that she could already be doing that as a clerk. She wasn't a technician when the original theft occurred. She was a bookkeeper.
I would feel better about it if we had some, the pharmacist that she currently works with that had support for her application.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I think part of our emotion is, I think our first responsibility to protect is the patient, not the pharmacist. I'm not saying we don't have an obligation to protect the pharmacy, but the patient comes in.
oh, this is finished.
Maybe we could just table it, support from, get letters of support from our current employees.
You want one with that or no? Or is the current owner no?
They do.
They do.
Yes, they do.
And it'd be one.
Wait,
All
hang
of
on, just a second. Let's go back on the record to have these questions from the board so that we're back on the record of 2023-12, and there was a follow-up question from Ms. Steve from the board.
Steve, does your current employer know or talk to you about becoming a pharmacy technician?
Yes.
Do they know about what's going on?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Can I recall a witness based on her testimony?
Ma'am?
Can I recall a witness based on her testimony?
Go right ahead.
I recall Dr. McCready. Dr. McCready, at the time of this incident, that resulted in her conviction for theft, was Ms. Beaver a licensed pharmacy technician?
She was in fact a licensed pharmacy technician from 5/2/2006 to 12/31/2010.
All right, thank you.
Any other follow-up questions? For Dr. McCready or the witness from the board? Dr. Matt?
No, I still feel the same that I said earlier.
Let's go back off the record for continued deliberations.
I think I was the one hold out at the fact that she was a tech applicant. She sold from the pharmacy. That how I felt about getting her. I said, I think I was the lone holdout that was willing to give her another chance, but with the clarification that she was a technician at the time that she stole from the pharmacy, that kind of changed my mind a little bit.
Well, I think what you were saying long ago about. I think the way that I've always looked at this is there's already a disqualifying condition for granting a permit. I guess I've always taken that into consideration. The decision is more, is it worthy of the waiver versus.
Maybe, could we go back on the record?
Certainly. Let's go back on the record. We're back with the case of Courtney Bieber, case number 2023-12.
Ms. Bieber, you said that you worked at All Care Pharmacy from February 2017 until October of 2020, is that right?
Yes.
Why did you leave All Care?
I went to a doctor's office, that had better hours, and then I realized, oh, I have to press 8 on this 3 on the other side, so that's why I went back to Express.
So you went to a different pharmacy though?
No, I went to a doctor's office. I went to Dr. Kopofsky's office in Humble, Arkansas.
No, what I'm saying is that you went from All Care to the doctor's office, and then from the doctor's office to a different pharmacy.
To Express, which
They bought out.
was bought out.
Gotcha.
I mean,
So you basically
the people I worked with in 2017, the pharmacist was the same exact pharmacist I worked for.
So it's like you basically went back to the same employer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What pharmacy was it that you worked at when you stole money?
Super D, it's not even a.
Okay, thank you.
Should we go off the record for more deliberations? All right, let's go on there.
On one hand, pharmacy assumption of risk. But on the other hand, there's nothing saying that you couldn't leave Express RX to go somewhere else.
Well, I think it's a tough one. So it's just a trial. It's always a hard decision to make. Something's happened in the past. Carried on with them for a number of years. It's pretty serious. Pretty serious. Yes. So.
Dr. Mack, we're gonna go back on the record. Are you good with everything? You have anything else to say?
What did Dr. Jolly say? As far as what's the motion?
He just said he would make one. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The motion's gonna be to deny the waiver. Uphold the.
Did you hear you, Dr. Mack?
Yes, thank you.
All right, we'll go back on the record, sir.
All right, let's go back on the record, case number 2023-12. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
All right, we have a motion to entertain from Dr. John.
Matter of Courtney Beaver, technician applicant, case number 2023-012. Board finds that allegations 1 through 6 are true. Charge one is proven. Make a motion to deny the application
motion by Dr. Dolly, second by Dr. Newsom. Any further discussion on this matter? All right, hearing none, all in favor? Oh, that's not right. Yeah, okay. Well, I want to make sure we get all that. Okay, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
No,
Opposed?
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous.
No, one day.
Decision passes with one opposing vote. The board's decision will be reduced to writing and service made or attempted upon all parties. Ms. Beavers, if you want to appeal this decision, it's taken under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. No other questions or comments. This hearing is concluded and the record is closed. Closing.
I'd like to do Candace Brown next, but I do want to let you know that there's 4 people outstanding that we have to take care of this afternoon. But I'm gonna do Candace Brown next.
Yes, sir.
Still one.
Yeah. we'll step out there.
John, while you're over there, the cameras have gone off again.
I am putting my computer here because the other computer cameras are not working.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, we'll step out.
So guest A is my computer, which appears to be working. Have a seat right there. Make sure- Trying to make sure the camera works or other. Let's see.
Where you can send this, we can cover all the house.
That's what I'm doing.
Can I take a 5-minute break?
We're gonna take a 5-minute break, please. We'll take a 5-minute break. Whatever you want to do, just circle for about 5 minutes.
Check
And can you, tell the board what the allegations are in this matter?
During the application process, the board was provided with information that the applicant had a disqualifying criminal history. On March sixth of 2011, the applicant was arrested for theft of property. It was a Class A misdemeanor. On March 31st, 2012, the applicant pled guilty to the theft of property and was sentenced to 1 year supervised probation. She paid her fines and her court costs. She complied with the terms of her probation, which allowed her case to be expunged as a first-time offender.
All right, and turning to, exhibit number 6, which is the application. Did, Ms. Brown disclose, any criminal history or arrest in her application?
She did not.
And if you'll turn to exhibit 8. Can you tell the board what that document is?
That's the certified docket from the Little Rock District Court, where she was cited with theft of property on 3/6 of 2011, and she was convicted and it was ultimately sealed.
And exhibit number 7, can you identify that for the board?
Exhibit number 7 is a request of waiver from the respondent, asking that her disqualifying criminal history be waived and that she be granted a pharmacy technician permit.
And Dr. McCray, is theft of property and disqualifying offense under the statute?
Yes, it is.
I have no further questions for Dr. McCray.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Ms. Brown, like we talked about before, you're free to ask any questions of Dr. McCray if you like, or if you prefer to just address the board directly, go right ahead and do that and tell me what you feel like you need to know.
I'll probably just address the board.
Very good, go right ahead.
Okay, I wrote on here that I was freshly out of high school. Actually, I was still in high school when this happened. And I was just, unfortunately, with the wrong crowd, got caught up with the theft of property. I'm a young mother. Just trying to better myself and provide a better life for me and my daughter. I'm not a criminal. I do not get in trouble. I recently just turned 30 on Friday. I've had no other charges or anything like this. I've worked in plenty of jobs, like in people's personal homes and around personal items like money and all types of things, and nothing has never come up missing. I'm not a criminal, like I said, and I believe that I deserve a second chance.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from council for?
I have a few for, so where, can you tell us exactly what happened when you got arrested for that theft charge?
If I can recall, the group of people that I was with, they were stealing, and when we were going to walk out the store, they stopped all of us because we walked in together and we walked out together.
And so did you have any merchandise on you that didn't get paid for?
My friend actually put something in my purse, but I didn't know of it. So
What was that item? Do you remember?
I can't, maybe like shoes or shirt or something. I can't.
What store were you all at the time?
We were at Burlington.
Okay. And you went to court and you entered a plea?
Yeah,
What was your plea?
I pled guilty.
And then what happened? What was the sentence that the judge gave you?
I think it was like a probation or something like that. Something
Okay. So tell me what you had to do as part of your probation.
Basically, all I did was I paid my court fees and they just supposedly sealed it or something. That's all I had to do. I never had to do anything else. I just paid my court fines. That's it, and they let it go.
So did you and your friends go into the store with the plan to steal or conceal merchandise and not pay for it?
No, I didn't know. They were, we were supposed to be shopping, you know?
But then you went to court and pled guilty?
Yes, because it was in my bag.
Right, okay. I don't have any other questions for Ms. Brown.
Very good. Let's entertain questions from the board. Go ahead, Ms. Lee.
Simple question. You're saying you were not guilty, right?
Yeah, well, I pled guilty because it was in my bag,
So
so,
that's the question. Why explain that to me?
so what,
Why don't you plead guilty?
because the stuff was in my bag. And so,
And you thought people wouldn't believe you when you said.
Right. right,
Were any promises made to you for pleading guilty?
no. I mean, well, I believe they told me that it would just be easier on me to not have to keep going back to court. So that's what I did,
Did you
because
ever-
I was with them.
Did you have a lawyer?
No, I didn't have a lawyer.
What-
I was
Were you offered one?
I was 18, I had just turned 18. I don't recall if I was offered a lawyer, I probably was. But like I said, I was really young, so I didn't wanna go through all of that at the time. I was really focused on graduating high school, because I hadn't graduated yet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tell me, so why are you interested in pharmacy?
I enjoyed working in the medical field. I wanted to try pharmacy because, when I got out of high school, I actually went to Heritage College to pursue medical assistant, but Heritage got shut down nationwide. And so I wasn't able to, pursue my medical assistant, and then I got into home health care, and I had been doing that for about 3 years, and I had been researching pharmacy tech, and I thought that it would be something that I could really be great at and excel at. So I wanted to go into that field, because like I said, I enjoy helping others and things like that. I enjoy being in the medical field.
Where you working now?
I work at Walgreens.
What do you do there?
Right now I'm a cashier because I'm waiting to see, my future with the pharmacy tech. But so they have me as a cashier.
Is a cashier over there who, criminal things?
Yes, sir. And like I said, I've worked at many stores, Sam's Club, McDonald's, Hardee's. I've been handling cash, all of my adulthood.
Any further questions from the board? Dr. Matt? All right, any follow-up questions from council?
No follow-up questions.
At this time, then let's go off the, closing statements before we go off the record.
I would just say the board, staff denied this application due to the theft charge, which is disqualifying offense under 17.102.
Thank you, council. Let's go off the record for the board's deliberations.
Jamie? you have
So now we just wait till they talk among themselves, and you're free to listen because it's all public.
Okay.
Dr. Matt?
Well, I think on this one, probably since it was long ago, she did everything she was supposed to do right away, and I would probably grant this tech license.
All right, we'll go back on the record.
All right, let's go back on the record. This is case number 2023-15, Ms. Candace Brown. Mr. Chair.
Is anyone wanting to, Dr. Jones?
In the matter of Candace Brown, technician applicant, case number 2023-015. We do find that allegations 1 through 5 are true, and that the charge is proven. I will make a motion that we grant the waiver and grant, Ms. Brown her petition.
Second.
All right, motion and second, any further deliberation over this matter, comments? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. The board decision will be reduced to writing and service and be provided a copy of it. And if there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded. The record is closed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
But
Oh, let's go back on the record for one final. Just want to note for the benefit of the record that Dr. Richmond has accused for this particular case, but it's form nevertheless. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Priscilla Griffin. Priscilla Griffin. Priscilla Griffin.
Hand that back to you?
Yes.
They start right now, on the
Okay, sure thing. See you guys. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Who we got next?
Priscilla Griffin.
All right,
Okay, let's go on the record. This is before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. This is case number 2023-18. The matter of Priscilla Griffin, pharmacy technician applicant. Ms. Griffin, you visited in the waiting room a little bit about the formalities and factor of this proceedings. Let me just have you identify yourself for the record, ma'am. Okay, counsel for the state, are you ready to proceed?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Great. Then in that case, let's swear the witnesses. If you're going to give testimony, please raise your right hand. Dr. Creed,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's all right. Do you swear that the testimony that you will give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Very good. Ms. Bales, would you like to admit your exhibits?
Yes, I would like to admit exhibits 1 to 16 in this matter.
Those will be admitted.
And I asked board to take judicial notice of applicable statutory law and Arkansas Pharmacy Board regulations. And I would like to call Dr. Griffin Creed as witness.
Very good. Please proceed.
Dr. Creed, can you identify exhibit number 1?
It is the order of notice of hearing for today's hearing.
And can you review the order of notice of hearing and tell the board what the allegations are in this matter?
The applicant applied for a Arkansas technician permit. During the application process, the board was providing information that the applicant had disqualifying criminal history pursuant to Arkansas law. On December 17th, 2020, the applicant was arrested and charged with theft of assets of an age disabled person in Louisiana. The prosecutor did decline to file charges, and the applicant was not convicted.
And can you tell me why board staff chose to deny this application?
Because it involved the elderly and the charges were filed because of the theft of assets of a disabled person.
And can you tell me, or exhibit number 10, can you identify that for the board?
This is a letter from the law officers of T.J. Atkins out of Louisiana. It is to the administrator that he was the attorney for Priscilla Monroe in 2012. She was charged with theft. The whole thing was a misunderstanding. The prosecutor declined prosecution on the charges. I will appreciate your assistance. And I think the board felt like because this letter didn't say she didn't do it, but it was a misunderstanding, the board felt like she needed to kind of explain why she was charged multiple.
And is it a fair statement to say the board staff didn't have a lot of information on this charge and didn't feel comfortable based on what we did have to grant? Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. And just for the board's note, exhibit number 11 is a copy of the statute that's applicable in this matter.
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have for Dr. Gray.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Griffin, once you visited throughout the hallway, you're welcome to ask any questions of Dr. McCready that you would like to ask her. Or if you prefer, you can just address the board and tell them what you feel like they need to know.
Sure, absolutely. In 2010, I haven't had to talk about this for a while, so I'm gonna do my best to get through it without being emotional. Sorry. In 2010, I had been kind of estranged from my dad since I was 12, and I moved him. I got a call from the hospital in Tennessee. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
It's all right. It'll take as much time as you need.
His health was deteriorating, and I was the only contact basically that they knew of, and they found my number in his wallet. And when I come and get him back here again, so I went and got my dad and looked for assisted living places and nursing homes, and I got power of my dad. And his mental state was not well. He had dementia, which was turning into full Alzheimer's, and he didn't know who I was. And after I had gotten the power of attorney for my dad, I took his car from him because the doctor said he didn't want me to be driving any longer. And my dad was on the phone with the little phone numbers in the nursing home on the wall. Called the department, State Department of Welfare, I don't know what it was. But I had to prove real quick and fast in a hurry because my dad had said that he had no children, that I had basically kidnapped him, took his car, took his money from his bank account, which was paying for him to, be in assisted living. So it was literally, they just called me and they said, Ms. Griffin, you need to drive to the jail. You're going to be arrested. I drove there willingly, and I didn't say anything. The lady would just tell me what happened, what the charges were. I called Mr. TJ Atkins, who was the former district attorney of the area, and he goes, okay, here's what we got to do. We got to find the birth certificate, prove something real fast in a hurry that this is really your dad. My dad didn't live very long after that. It was pretty declined health, but that is exactly what happened. And they proved that I was actually his child, his only child. And yeah, that was a quite challenging time in my life, but I had no idea that when Mr. Atkins told me, he's like, you never have to worry about this again. It won't be on your record. It will be, obviously it is when you have your fingerprints done. But yes, so I'm applying for my pharmacy technician license now because I've worked for CVS for a little over 6 years, and they've offered me a promotion, and it would benefit me to have my pharmacy tech license with the company.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for this witness from council?
Yes, I have just a couple. Ms. Griffin, if you'll turn into that packet that you have there in front of you, and behind tab number 8, Is that the statement that you provided as part of your application for your license?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that statement, did you explain any of this that you just testified to about the situation with your father? In the statement that you wrote, is there anything like what you just told us about your father?
No, this is a pretty generic, basic.
And it basically says that there's no, court documentation of this. Is that a fair statement?
It didn't even go to court, it was like,
Right.
this is what happened.
Okay. And you said you are currently working and are up for a promotion if you can get this license, is that right?
I accepted the promotion. My family and I are moving here, and that's one of the stipulations. They want me to get my pharmacy technician license.
Right, I don't have any other questions for Ms. Griffin.
Thank you, council. Any questions from the board for this witness? Mr. John?
Just want to clarify something. So in the first page of the notice of order, notice of hearing, it says December 2020, but is it really 2010?
Yes.
It's 2010, yeah.
Okay.
I'll make that amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out.
I have a question for you.
Yes,
You were arrested, is that right?
yes, sir.
And did anybody talk to you before you were arrested to try to ascertain the facts of what you've done and justification you had?
Not really, it was my dad, pretty belligerent at that.
So
Yes.
your dad complains to social services. And the sheriff comes to arrest you.
Actually, the attorney general's office got involved as well. And I did not have my birth certificate. I had to get that from the Department of Vital
But
Statistics.
that was after you were arrested.
Yes, sir, they didn't keep me there. So Mr. Atkins, we hired him and he said, this is what you need to do, so that everything will be immediately dismissed, but this never happened. So I got my birth certificate overnighted through a 2-day air through Alabama Department of Vital Statistics where we were from. And thankfully that was all resolved. It was a nightmare. It sounds crazy, doesn't it? I know.
Any follow-up questions from the board? Dr. Mack? All right, then, sounds like we can go off the record for deliberations after any closing statement.
Just briefly, board staff felt like we didn't have enough information regarding the surrounding circumstances of this allegation, and there was an arrest for felony theft. So that's why we denied her application. It's a disqualifying offense under the statute. And without more information, we felt she needed to go in front of the board. This needed to be a board decision.
Go ahead, Mr. Question for council.
Question for council. So we picked this up as a result of the background
Yes.
investigation?
Yes, but it didn't result in any conviction, so it was impossible for me to get any sort of records from the court, but it did show up in her background check, and of course we do a different sort of background check, and this may not appear, in any other background check, but we have different processes for that.
Very good. All right, let's go off the board for deliberation. I mean, not off the board, off the record.
All right, let's go back up.
All right, we're back on the record, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to entertain a motion. All right, Dr. Newsom.
In a matter of Priscilla Griffin, pharmacy technician applicant, case number 2023-018. Make a motion that we accept on her application.
Second.
Let me interject one thing, might be, hypocrite contracts and charges.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to say.
Sure.
And then, yeah. Charges not proven. And then. Is that enough time?
Well, actually, I think they are, they just don't result in any.
Yeah, you want.
I think we'll find it.
Let's go off the record real quick.
That's all the rest of it. He's saying that the allegations are true, charges true.
No, I'm saying the allegations are true, but they were not to allow it.
Okay, so allegations were proven, charges.
But I'm looking at the way
That's great.
the allegations. I want to find that was necessarily
Since you were charged.
Yeah.
But it says she has disqualified criminal history, and I don't know that I feel like she does.
That's on the charge, right?
That's on the allegation too.
So see, when she was charged, she was never convicted. It wasn't approved.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I just would read that wrong. I read that the board provided information. They got information from the background check that could have possibly been a response.
You can find one allegation true and the next one not.
Okay, that's right.
If you want to do it that way.
I mean, the allegations seem true. Which one are you concerned with?
The second one.
Oh, we didn't really have any.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Let's go back on the record. This is case number 2023, Mr. Silver.
Okay, in the matter of Priscilla Griffin, pharmacy technician application, case number 2023-018. We found that allegations 1, 3, and 4 are true. And charges C1 not proven. But we are going to grant her her technician license.
All right, we got a motion by Dr. Newsom. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a second by Dr. Mitchell. Any further discussion on this matter? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed?
Let the record reflect that the decision of the board is unanimous. And this will be produced to writing and be provided a copy of this record. And we'd like to note that Dr. Richmond's absence in the presence of the quorum. No other questions or comments. This hearing is concluded and the record is closed. Congratulations, Mayor.
Oh, yeah.
Summer reading.
How many we got left?
So we have 2 that are here and then we have 2 that didn't show up.
Which two did not show?
Dynasty Mosley and Tiffany Williams.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Let's go on the record in our next case. This is before the Arkansas State Pharmacy Board. This is Summer Green, case number 2023-16. Ms. Green, would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Summer Nicole Green.
We visited a little bit out in the hallway about the procedure here, and so we're just going to dive right into it. If you have any questions, or as we said, you'll have a chance to ask questions of the state's witness or address the board directly, and I'll let you know when that opportunity arises. If you're going to give testimony in this matter, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Counsel, ready to proceed?
I am moved to admit exhibits 1 through 15 in this matter.
We'll show those admitted.
I would like to ask the board to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and the Arkansas Pharmacy Board of Regulations, and call Dr. Brenda McCready as a witness.
Very good. Please proceed, counsel.
Dr. McCready, can you identify exhibit number 1 for the board?
It is the order and notice of hearing for the hearing for the 25th.
Right, and let's go over the allegations and the reason that staff decided to deny the application. Can you start with the allegation A3? Tell us what that is.
I can. On December 30th of 2015, the applicant was pulled over for running a stop sign. When the officer approached the vehicle, he could smell marijuana. He searched the vehicle and a marijuana joint was in the seat the applicant was sitting in. The A4, the applicant was charged with possession of marijuana synthetic cannabinoid of 10 grams or less. Applicant pled guilty to the charge and was sentenced to pay a fine and court costs. Applicant's driver's license was also suspended. Applicant continued to drive despite the suspension of a driver's license. Allegation 5, on March 23, 2018, applicant was driving and was pulled over by law enforcement and had marijuana in the cup holder of her vehicle. Allegation 6, applicant was charged with possession of marijuana synthetic cannabinoid of 2 grams or less. Applicant pled guilty to the charge and was sentenced to pay fines and court costs. Allegation 7, 5 days later, on March 28, 2018, applicant was pulled over by the same law enforcement officer, and applicant again had marijuana in the cup holder in plain sight. She handed her marijuana to the officer and she was arrested for possession of marijuana synthetic cannabinoid of 2 grams or less. Allegation 8, for both of the marijuana charges, applicant was sentenced to fines and court costs. She was ordered to complete outpatient drug treatment. Applicant completed the program on May 15, 2020. Allegation 8, on or about April 30, 2019, applicant was engaged in a physical fight with another person. When law enforcement arrived, they observed applicant strike the victim with a baseball bat. Allegation 9, on or about December 18, 2020, applicant pled guilty to a reduced charge of misdemeanor assault and was sentenced to 2 years of unsupervised probation, payment of fines and court costs, and completion of an anger management course within 120 days. And based on the aforementioned allegations, the board staff denied the application.
Dr. McCready, is it a fair statement that board staff was concerned about the numerous marijuana convictions over several years period?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we have an allegation of violence involving striking another person with a baseball bat, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that happened, that incident was resulted in a conviction in 2020, correct?
That is correct.
Any other statements or issues you want to make regarding this group that we have not gone over?
I would just say that the allegations are outlined under exhibits 10, 11, 12, and 13, which are criminal records that the board obtained during the application process. And the board, as I said, felt it should be denied.
That is all the questions I have. Dr. McCready.
All right, Ms. Summer, like we talked about in the hallway, you're welcome to ask me questions of Dr. McCready, or if you'd rather just let the board know that you want them to hear and sort of testify to them, you're welcome to do that too.
Okay, I do have one question for you about the previous charges that I had, because you stated about 2 charges, but they're the same charge. So the physical altercation and then the last statement that you made, that's actually the same thing.
I think it said it was reduced to a misdemeanor.
Yes, ma'am. And then also I completed the violations for that in this December that we just had, and so that's completely off there. Like it's never was on it. That was part of the stipulations.
Well, we don't have a record of that, but the board does have access even to sealed and expunged convictions because of the nature of the work in the pharmacy board. And so even if it was expunged, we would still see that, and it is part of the criminal record.
Right.
Feel free to just tell the board whatever you want to know.
Okay, I really don't know what to say about the charges that I've had in the past. There's not anything that I can do to say that, like, it was somebody else's fault or anything like that. It wasn't, it was all me. But I've changed my life around since then, and I did complete the courses that they asked me to complete for drug and alcohol. And I also had to take 6 consecutively passed drug tests during that time. And then also I've been working for Walgreens for over 3 years now, and I'm an ESN, which stands for Emergency Store Manager. And me not having a tech license is the only thing standing in my way of getting my own store. I wish that I could say that I have an excuse or a reason why I was doing the things that I was doing before, but at the end of the day, I was a teenager, I didn't have any parents, and I just did whatever I wanted to do, and I didn't learn my lesson on that until I got older, and it started catching up with me, and I started having to get over all of these things, including getting my license back, which was, I had to take classes to do that here and in the state of Missouri, and I had to pay a reinstatement fee in both places, plus have special insurance. And so since then, I've just been working towards bettering myself and bettering my own life, and I've been helping raise my nephews, and I'm just trying to show my nephews and my sister that there's a chance to move forward with your life no matter what you're going to do. I'm trying to break generational curses. Me and my sister were both in foster care when we were children, and my mom was too. And so whenever I got to a point where I was living by myself as a teenager, I just didn't care because I had never had anybody teach me or show me what to care about. And then as I got older and I started having to deal with the consequences of all my actions, I started realizing that I needed to make a better life for myself, and that's what I've been trying to do over the last 3.5 to 4 years. So.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from Ms. Green from council?
I have a few. Ms. Green, during the time, you got several arrests for marijuana over a number of years. So fair to say you were actively using marijuana at that time?
I was.
And how often did you use marijuana?
It was more of a party thing. So that's why I wasn't concerned about having it in my vehicle when I kept getting pulled over. Like how, for instance, I got pulled over twice in the same week. I guess because I didn't use it regularly, I wasn't thinking about like hiding it or putting it anywhere. I just had it in my car, and then when they asked me about it, I just told them that it was there and where it was at because.
So did you use marijuana while you were driving?
Not while I was driving, no ma'am.
But you kept your marijuana in your car?
Well, to be honest with you, I was actually in a relationship with a man, and he's the one who put it in the cup holder, but it was my car and it was my responsibility. I'm driving. I have to take responsibility for the things that are in my vehicle.
So it's in the cup holder, it's in plain sight.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? So you knew it was there.
Yes, ma'am.
And when the police officer would pull you over, we could see it readily.
One time he could see it and one time he could not, and I still told him that it was in pretty much the same place.
And as part of these convictions, you at one time had your driver's license suspended,
I did.
but you continued to drive.
I did. I actually did not continue to drive. But I did drive. So then technically, yes, I did continue to drive, but I did not drive regularly. I actually was driving from Missouri to here to move here, and I got pulled over. And I got a ticket for driving without my license. So.
And this last incident, explain to the board what happened with this last incident that involved violent behavior.
Okay, I can explain it to you in my work. There's also quite a few affidavits about it that I sent in with my paperwork. And so basically, me and my friend were drinking. We were drinking at my house, and I had not been back in the area that I was in for a very long time. I hadn't been around my friend for maybe 4 or 5 years. It was the first time I had seen her since we were in school. And this man came to my house, and she said that it was her friend. And we were all drinking together, and then he asked if he could take her to a hotel. but she was not coherent, and so I said no, and he got really mad, and he started beating me and my friend up, who whipped us with belts, and he choked us. And he took our phones, and we were in a very small camper, so there was no way to get out of the front door, he had it blocked. And instead of leaving and calling the cops, I made the wrong decision, and we left and we drove around until we found him.
So you at first were a victim yourself,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
And when you were able to sort of leave and safely, instead of going to the police to notify them, you went and looked for this person
Yes,
and
ma'am.
beat him with a bat.
No, ma'am, that is not actually what happened, and actually, I can try to resend in the information, but that statement was dropped out of the case about an officer seeing me hit him with the bat, because I never actually struck him with the bat, they were just pulling up and I had the bat in my hand.
So you had the bat, I don't have any sort of redaction of the police report, but you had the bat in your hand to hit this person?
I did, yes, ma'am.
So it was, sort of raised up, pre-assaulted.
Yes, because he was beating up another person that was with me.
Okay, but you went to look for this person
Yes, I
sort
did.
of as in retaliation for what he did.
I
to
did,
you guys.
I was very beaten up, and then, in fact, before they even took me to jail, they made me go to the hospital because I had bleeding whip marks on my body and my face was swollen.
Could I ask, when was the last time you were using marijuana?
So last time I used marijuana would have been shortly after the incident that happened in 2019. Just a few days after that, and then shortly, I would say just a couple of months after that is whenever I officially moved back to Arkansas. And I drove back and forth from Arkansas to Missouri every month for court because they kept extending it. And then when COVID happened, they were just continuing all of the court cases, but I had to appear in person in order to do that.
Very good. Any questions, additional questions from the board? Mr. Simpson?
I'm not saying I don't believe you, but do you have any other support for your statement that you stopped using marijuana shortly after 2018?
Well, I did have to take a drug test to get into the position when I got hired for Walgreens, and then I also have been promoted twice since then, and the last time was in March of 2021, I believe, and I also had to be drug tested then for the promotion. And then other than that, I mean, my boss would vouch for me. That's pretty much the only person I'm around. I don't have any family or really anything. I have sisters, but other than that, I pretty much just work and I stay home. So, but I would say both of the store managers that I worked for, plus the district manager that I worked for, would all vouch that I've been staying sober and clean and that I've had a meticulous work record. So.
Do you have an open marijuana card?
I do not. I chose not to get one because of the situation that I've been fighting with all of the charges that I had. And whenever I got on with Walgreens, they told me that it would make it difficult for me to get a tech license. So instead of choosing to take that route and continue what I have been doing before, I just decided to stop all of it and just leave it where it is.
When did you make that decision?
Well, I decided to stop smoking marijuana right after the incident occurred with the battery in 2019. I'd say within 3 months of that, if not more. And then whenever I came here, I lived here for maybe 4 or 5 months before I got my job at Walgreens. And then was whenever I had to make a decision whether I was going to try to get a marijuana card or what, because my boss also asked me the same thing when he hired me, like how would he know that I was going to be a good employee and that I wasn't going to continue to try to smoke marijuana or things like that. And that he wanted to know how feel about getting my tech license and things like that. And then when I told him that I hadn't been smoking, and he mentioned that I was able to get my marijuana card here in the state of Arkansas, but that it would make it difficult for me to get a tech license. And I told him that I wasn't interested because I really am working towards my career with Walgreens, and there have not been a lot of people in my family who've had opportunity to do something like run a Walgreens store, which I know probably doesn't seem like a big deal for a lot of people, but it's a good goal for somebody like me to work towards.
I think it's a matter. What prompted that was your interview that they asked you about?
It
What
was.
prompted them to ask you about marijuana?
I think because he had asked me what my charges were, and I just really honestly, because I can't change any of the things that I've done before.
How often do you use alcohol?
Rarely ever, maybe once a year, if that.
Did all of these charges happen in another state?
They did.
Missouri, I think I understand.
Yes, sir.
What made you decide to move to Arkansas?
I actually was born in Fort Smith, and I moved to Missouri with my dad whenever I was 14. And when I was 15, I came home from school and told me that he didn't have anywhere for us to live. So I started living by myself, and then I just got into a bunch of trouble. And then my stepdad died, and he left 2 houses to my mom and my sister, and that's here in Arkansas in the Greenwood area. And I had gotten all that trouble, I had gotten all those charges within the same week, and then all of that stuff had happened, and I didn't really know what to do, and I was like, the only thing that I could think to do is to go away from the area that is causing me the most problems.
So that's what prompted you to move to the Greenwood, Fort Smith area, is to get away from the trouble that you've been in, the crowd that you were in.
That, and my grandpa lives in Greenwood, and he's a really good influence. So when I very first moved here, I actually moved in with him. He's 78 years old, and he helped me. I knew that he would be able to help me. I knew that he would be able to help me stay at home and be able to get back to work at very least, and have somewhere to live where I was comfortable, where I didn't have to worry about things being around me. So basically, yes, the whole trouble that I had gotten in, because I just kept getting pulled over, because it's small town areas, so everybody knows what you look like. And then the second thing that helped me make that decision was the fact that my grandpa was in Greenwood.
Allegation says that you pled guilty to the reduced charge of misdemeanor assault in that situation. Is that correct? Did you plead guilty?
I think actually, I don't know for sure because I haven't looked at it in a long time, but I think actually what my paperwork says is no contest. Because I have the agreement of the 2-year probation where I don't get any like charges, and then it'll drop off like it was today.
So if you put out on roll and continue.
Oh, yes.
So you put no contest.
I think, I'm not sure exactly.
In lieu of contesting the completion, which said in the report, I need
Yes.
Any other questions from the board members or council?
I have a few questions. So, Ms. Green, if you weren't working at Walgreens, would you continue to use marijuana?
No, ma'am. I actually worked for Subway before I worked for Walgreens here in the state of Arkansas, and I didn't use the whole time I worked for Subway, and I also had to pass the drug test to work there because I hired on as the assistant manager.
You indicated to Dr. Jolly that you wanted a medical marijuana license, but you didn't because this Walgreens told you it would be a good idea.
Sorry, if that's what it sounded like, then that's not what I meant to indicate. What I was trying to say was that my boss had asked me during the interview about my previous charges, and then he was saying, you know, that it's a possibility for me to get it here. And I told him right then that I didn't want to get one if it was going to cause a problem with me getting a tech license in the future. Because he said, well, you could be eligible for one in this state. And he said, but it could also cause problems with you getting a tech license.
So do you have some sort of medical issue that would warrant the need for marijuana?
I do. I broke my spine in 5 places. So I broke my C1, my C2, my C4, my C5. I was in the hospital for 2 months. I had to relearn how to walk.
Were those injuries as a result of a car accident?
Yes, they were.
And when was that accident?
In July 2014. So currently I see a physical therapist on that, and then I also go to a pain management clinic. They've offered to prescribe me different neuro blockers, but I haven't accepted any. And they've been pushing me towards getting some kind of shocks in my muscles, which I also have not accepted. So that's why I'm doing physical therapy, to try to just push through all of that on my own.
The 2015 was your first marijuana charge that I have on record. So after this traffic accident, where you injured yourself, you began using marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions for this.
Any follow-up questions from the board on that? Dr. Mack? Ready to come off the board?
Actually, can I recall, Dr. McCready?
Go right ahead.
Dr. McCready, you review these applications for, pharmacy tech registration, correct?
I do.
Does the board have in their, decision-making process some sort of, uniform way they deal with people that have had more than one marijuana or drug-related, charge or conviction?
Yes, we do.
Tell me what that is. What does the board usually do with these types of situations?
Normally, when there is more than one drug or alcohol related incident, they are asked to get a evaluation from one of our 4 treatment centers. In this case, she's had at least 3, maybe 4 drug and alcohol related events. And it would be the board staff's recommendation with the information that's come out in the hearing that because she has that many events that involve board or alcohol and drugs, that she gets some sort of evaluation.
So should the board choose to consider this application, you would make that recommendation?
I would.
Quick question.
Yes, question.
Dr. McCready, the people that you're talking about with the multiple, are those already licensed or are those people that have yet to be licensed?
They are both. We have recommended in the past that applicants do that as well. And I know she stated that Walgreens requires she have a tech permit to go forward, but that's not a board issue. The board issue is that she does have the multiple drug and alcohol abuse.
Any follow-up from any board member? All right, let's go off the record for deliberations. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Make your final-
No, that's fine. I'll wait.
All right, we're off the record.
Anybody have anything to say? Nominations?
I think time. Since we want to use color, I think the first thing we should concentrate is multiple situation. I realize it's 2 separate temporal events. But it strikes me more that was a part of the same course of conduct as opposed to specific conducts indicate sexual addiction or some form of problem.
Dr. Mack?
Yeah, what was that thought, please?
I said that I think that we've got a sufficient space of time between the last marijuana incident. That the only question that really arises to me is Dr. McCrady's comments about the two separate events and treating that differently. And it seemed to me that even though the 2 events were separate events, it's more like they were the same part of course of conduct for really a fairly lengthy time, and not something that would indicate an addiction or an ongoing marijuana problem.
And I don't think,
Hear y'all in a minute.
huh?
I said, I can't hear y'all in a
Yeah,
minute.
yeah, I was just wondering, you know, the support group, the testing to see if we have any support group, testing to see if we have a problem, that's important.
Right.
Would that mean having to go to one of those 4 facilities? Because we do know that's,
Yes, sir.
it's very expensive as well.
Very good. Thank you for the-
Well, I mean, it was sometimes it's really in the pharmacy, not all the time. Pharmacists are the primary. Pharmacy is part of her, moving up in management. There may be sometimes you have to take them only in an emergency.
I'm sorry, Dr. Newsom, what was that?
So 25th.
I'm sorry. What were you saying, Brian?
I think Debbie was asking.
Oh, you asked a question, Jay?
Well, I just wanted to know for sure what Dr. Newsom said.
Okay, if she becomes a pharmacy technician, her primary job will not be to function as a technician with that company. Her primary goal will be management, but what the technician license will do will allow her to go into the pharmacy and possibly work, say if there's an emergency where they don't have any technicians, you just be, less than PRN back there.
Mhm.
But it allows her to be back in the pharmacy because she will be a permanent individual back in the pharmacy area.
Right.
I think she's trying hard to break the family pattern and be the first one to move up and get a job in management, which could possibly change the course of the rest of the family.
Mhm.
That's a big step for her to do that. Very.
Yeah, I do agree with that. And I think we could, in addition, make it very clear that you can't, even if you have a marijuana card, that doesn't work for the Board of Pharmacy. So it's good she turned it down, but I'm just saying we should make, that would be a huge issue for her.
Not have anything else?
All right, let's go back. Let's go back on the record. This is Summer Green, case 2020. Note first for the record that Dr. Richmond is not with us on this particular case. And turn it over to the chair.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion, Dr. Newsom.
Okay, in the matter of Summer Green, pharmacy technician applicant, case number 2023-016, allocations A1 through A9 are true, and charge C1 is not proven. And we're going to grant her application to become a pharmacy technician.
A motion by Dr. Newsom to allow. Ms. Green to get her pharmacy tech license. Do I have a second? Have a second, Mr. Simpson. All in favor, or is there any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
Let the record reflect that the decision of the board's unanimous. We'll reduce the board decision to writing, and we'll be provided a copy with it, and if there's no other questions or comments, this case is closed. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're giving you a chance. We've given you the ball. It's up to you as to how you play it. We all want you to do well. We want you to break that cycle. And so that the other family members can see that you can do something positive with your life. But you're with a company, that you can move up with that company, or do well there, you can go anywhere from that. You don't have to stay in pharmacy. You can go wherever you want to, but this is your, this is your leg up. This is your chance. Right, all right. Thank you, and good luck.
Case is closed.
One.
Do 5 minutes. 10 minutes. So now the board. Any number of this. You guys know what
Sorry, ma'am.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Before I go,
Debbie, here's 5 minutes.
5 minutes, 5 seconds. Two. No, go be that.
Who is that? Chuck Woolery? I'm trying to sit here and think.
I know it's me. Starts at 6. We'll be done here.
Painless last.
If I miss one, it's the game of hours.
We should have time to.
So come in here and get some dude.
Apparently the power went out in the church, so they're having actual Wednesday service.
In the dark.
I'm honored in the, there's a place that have skylights.
Hey, I'm sorry, I can't be.
You got that much wind?
Plane crash today?
That much wind today?
Yeah, it's great. I don't know what they're doing. Well, I heard the news are
No survivors.
They got out of the sanctuary, it's just in class.
Yeah, oh, yeah. That's what it is.
Whatever.
Something.
Okay.
I don't know if y'all have started, but I don't hear anything yet.
We're turning it on right now.
Okay, we ready to go on the record? Okay, you're Mr. Baldwin.
Yes.
All right, let's go on the record. This is, let's see. Forgive me. We're before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. This is case number 2020-94. Brett Balderson, pharmacy license reinstatement. And Mr. Balderson, you can just, I know it's a formality, but would you say your name for reference?
Brett Balderson.
Very good. And are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counsel for the state, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am.
I'll know real quickly in case you haven't done these administrative hearings. The rules of evidence are relaxed. It's under the Administrative Procedures Act. The way it works is call witnesses for the state. Doesn't look like you have any witnesses. So if you're the witness for yourself, when you'll have a chance to ask the state's witness questions. But if you'd rather, what many people do is just address the board directly or a combination of those two. I'll keep things moving, especially given time. All right. Ms. Bales, do you want to admit your exhibits?
Yes, I move to admit exhibits 1 through 25 into the record, 24 and 25 I am asking to admit on behalf of Mr. Balderson.
We'll show those as admitted. That takes care of my next question. Do I have some of those exhibits? Council ready to proceed?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Go. Oh, yes. Last thing, if you're going to give testimony, Mr. Balderson, Dr. McCready, would you please raise your right hand and swear?
I'd also like to call Dr. Curley.
Oh, Dr. Curley as well. All right, very good. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
All right. Are you first?
I asked the board to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law that's applicable in this matter, as well as Arkansas Pharmacy Board regulations. And I'd like to call Dr. Brendan McCready as my first witness.
Please proceed, Counsel.
Dr. McCready, can you identify for the board exhibit number 1?
Exhibit number 1 is the order notice of hearing for today's hearing.
Great. And Mr. Dr. Balderson is requesting reinstatement of his pharmacy application. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And he previously signed a, if I'm not mistaken, he signed exhibit number 13, surrender of his pharmacy license.
He did.
And that was done on or about September 29th, 2020. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and Mr. Balderson, or Dr. Balderson is asking, he's reapplied and asking for reinstatement today. Is that
That
correct?
is correct.
And tell me what the allegations were in this matter, are in this matter, and why the board staff sought to have Mr. or Dr. Balderson surrender his license.
So on or about March 6th of 2019, Mr. Balderson was arrested for felony possession of a controlled substance, hydrocodone. He was pulled over for a traffic stop due to reckless driving, unsteady on his feet, appeared to be dazed and hard to understand, and he gave the officer consent to search his vehicle. Upon search of Dr. Balderson's car, the officer found several open, empty packages of 50 and 30 milligram Vioxx, a pill bottle in a bag with his name on it, and the drug on the bottle is listed as levofloxacin. The pills in the bottle were identified as hydrocodone. There were also 2 dosage units of modafinil found in a white unmarked bottle. Dr. Balderson appeared before the informal committee in January of 2020. He stated he was reusing the Vivax packages, and that's why they were in his car. He stated he did not know why the hydrocodone was in the vehicle. He was told to reappear at the next informal after his criminal case was resolved. Dr. Balderson appeared in court in September of 2020 where he entered into a pretrial intervention agreement, which is pretrial probation, with the Court of Mississippi. Upon completion of the 18-month program, the case would be dismissed. Dr. Balderson appeared at an informal in September of 2020, where after discussion of the aforementioned charges and adjudication and the issue of the open-ended Vyvanse 30 and 50 milligram packages, he agreed to voluntarily surrender his pharmacist license PD 13451.
Right, and, Dr. McCready, exhibit 24, can you identify, and that's respondent exhibit, can you identify what that is for the board?
This is an order of dismissal from the Circuit Court of DeSoto County. The court has been advised by the district attorney that the above defendant has successfully completed the pretrial intervention program, and the state has moved the court to dismiss the above cause. And that was ordered on February 14, 2022. So after going through a pretrial intervention, he was not found not guilty. He did go into a diversion program.
All right, and what is this board staff's recommendation with regard to, his application for reinstatement? Do you have a
The
recommendation?
board staff's recommendation is that it not be reinstated.
And what was the board staff's, concern about reinstating Dr. Balderson's license?
We had the concern, of course, that he had controlled substances in his vehicle that were not labeled appropriately. They weren't labeled as being his medications. The modafinil was actually in just a bottle with no label on it, if my recollection is correct. The other issue that the informal participants had was that he had Vyvanse 30 and 50 milligram empty packages in his possession in the car when he was arrested. During the informal hearing, he tried to explain that he was taking those home and washing them out and reusing them. And I don't think the board found that plausible. The board gave him the chance to voluntarily surrender his license rather than have it taken, and I believe that's when he voluntarily surrendered his license.
Dr. McCready, anything else you'd like to go over regarding Mr. Balderson that we have not already discussed?
I will say there was an interaction. It's under number 19 between Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Balderson. It was after the hearing was over. They were on the way out the door. They got into the elevator and he started to ask her a question. Dr. Mitchell said she couldn't discuss anything, and then he just walked away from that. But he did report that because he wanted us to know what happened in the elevator.
Thank you. No more questions for Dr. McCready.
Thank you, counsel. Like I said, Dr. Balderson, feel free to question Dr. McCready or address the board directly, sir.
I'd like to say just for the record that the surrender of my license was not prompted. That was entirely my suggestion. And when I asked to surrender, I specifically asked for the record if there was action that the board was considering taking, and they said no, not at this time. They said if the board was to take action, what reason do they have? And they said they could not tell you anything at this time. I tried to establish that that the surrender of my license was completely voluntary. At the time, I was no longer working in Arkansas, had not been for quite a while, and did not anticipate working again in Arkansas, and was simply trying to bring the matter to a conclusion. Perhaps not the ideal one, but to a conclusion. The other facts of the matter are, as I don't contest those. Aside from I disagree with the officer's assessment of my condition at that time. I underwent a thorough physical examination subsequent to that evening, and they found nothing to suggest that I was or had been in any way impaired. I subsequently underwent regular drug testing at a laboratory recognized by the county court of
DeSoto County. And I, to further kind of shed light on my history, background, record tendencies, voluntarily underwent a formal evaluation of chemical dependency lasting about approximately 6 days at a rehabilitation facility, at which point they determined that there was no evidence that I had or ever had an addiction problem or a recreational use drug use problem. I can provide records to those if that would please the board. I also, on the off chance that there was continued concern over the modafinil, brought with me a modafinil bottle with my name on it. Just to clarify that I do have that prescription for that, have had a prescription for it for approximately the last 15 years.
Very good. And are those, you alluded to some documents you might have, are those ones that you would like that have been admitted to evidence yet?
I don't believe they've been admitted. If that I will present these for admission if that.
That's a good idea. Let's go off the record for a minute. Let me give those to council.
Okay.
Dr. Paulson, let me ask you, is it your desire that the bottle be admitted as a possible to do that?
Sure, right, there's no harm in doing so.
Is it empty?
I'm fairly certain.
We can take a picture of the label if that's okay.
It's full.
Feels empty.
Okay.
We can take a picture of it and make it tomorrow.
I have a question about something else to be considered, but I don't know if we'll have to do a record.
Is it for council?
Well, it's something I'm wondering if we could introduce as evidence. I have a question if it's available.
Just tell me what it is. If I don't, if it's procedural, I can answer it. Otherwise, we'll go back to the record.
Well, the question said that it was the September 2020 informal when the license was surrendered. My question is would the YouTube be available? We could watch what he indicated in his suggestion as opposed to a board action.
That's probably a question for council.
It should be on YouTube. I don't mind calling a witness that was present that maybe refresh your recollection on that as well. That would be easier. But yeah, it's available on YouTube. If you want to take a moment and review it.
Dr. Richmond, you hold that thought and we'll go back on the record and ask it again if you want to stand correct. What are we doing?
They're making copies and getting a copy to Dr. Mack as well.
Okay.
What was that?
We're getting you a copy of the exhibit.
Dr. Mack, Dr. Paulson here brought some additional exhibits.
Oh,
And copies of them, I guess we'll email or they're going to email or provide you with a copy.
okay, thank you. Sorry, some things come through great and some don't.
ask informally, anything else that you might have? Look through and make sure, look through that, it's, if you got anything else in your bag, probably the best time to get that taken care of now.
I believe that is.
Okay.
I've seen.
Richmond, if his, your professionals to watch the video, we'll go off the record to do that, or are we gonna? It's now or never as far as the record goes.
I think council said that there would be witnesses who basically provide the same, so I'm fine with that.
Very, all right, I'll cross it off for this. And we're gonna call that.
I guess one more item.
Okay.
I have a copy of the pharmacy records for my wife demonstrating that she had the medication prescribed for her.
Right.
Well, I could not provide a specific explanation how it got there. That is the only possible origin.
Okay, so you want to explain that again? When we're back on the
Okay.
record, but let's make copies of this. We'll mark it in between, so.
I have objections to some of those exhibits. I want to take those off the record.
Okay. Are we ready to go back on? No. Are we ready to go back on the record?
We are.
All right, let's go back on the record. Here's how we're gonna do this. We have had 3 exhibits, 26, 27, and 28 hearing exhibits proffered by Dr. Balderson. And I understand there's gonna be an objection, so what we're gonna do is articulate for the board and for me, it's all on their admissibility, why you want these documents to be considered by the board, each one of them. As best you can, and then I'll entertain your objections.
The first exhibit is, I'm not sure what order they're putting, I believe it is a letter from, Cornerstone of Recovery. Kind of summarizing my, my visit there and expressing the, professional opinion of multiple staff there that I have a very low chance, very low probability that I have a chemical dependency disorder of any sort.
All right. And then.
I have no objection to that one.
Okay, let's show that in a minute. And then the second exhibit the hearing officer has is a photograph of a prescription bottle. Tell the board why you want them to. consider
It's a modafinil bottle. There's, as it was in the evidence previously presented, it sounded like there was continued concern over the presence of modafinil, and so I wanted to provide the board with some concrete demonstration, some concrete evidence that modafinil was my subject of genetic prescription.
Council's there an objection?
There is an objection to this exhibit. The date on the bottle for this medicine is January 6, 2023. It's current. This doesn't show it's not probative in the matter because it doesn't show a current prescription that would have been covered the time of this incident that he was here on today and at the time of his arrest. We have no record of that. So I would say this is irrelevant, and that's my objection to this exhibit.
Okay. Hearing officer will find, given the.
I can provide those records upon request. I don't have them on my person.
I object to anything regarding that.
All right, let me take the objections one at a time. Given the relaxed rules of evidence and applying administrative procedure theories, I'll find that this is relevant, even if only a little, and the objection goes more to weight rather than admissibility, and overrule that. And the next objection is, you say you have, are there more documents with you?
No, I don't have them with me, sorry.
And that would be the reason for my objection. The board needs to make a decision today. Dr. Balderson was given the opportunity to present documents, and he did prior to the hearing. He brought some today, which I have no problems with that, but keeping the record open to allow additional documents, I think it's inappropriate, so I object.
I think that's one thing, and also stay that way. And the last exhibit we have is a CVS patient prescription record. Dr. Balderson explained to the board and myself why you want the board.
That is a prescription record demonstrating that my wife had received that the medication of concern, hydrocodone. Previously, I cannot provide a specific explanation of how or of the logistics of how those tablets ended up in that bottle. I can tell you that I did not know they were there. And this prescription is the only conceivable origin of them that I can provide.
Is there an objection to this?
There is, although this is a pharmacy record of his wife, there's no indication from the police report the strength of hydrocodone that he had in his possession. So there's no way to establish that this particular strength is the same strength and actual pill that Mr. Dr. Balderson had in his possession. I argue that that's irrelevant.
I would like to counter that argument and say that it satisfies the concern to the extent that the evidence has been provided.
I would say also the date filled on this is 2012. And the incident happened well after 2012. So it's not probative to any issue that needs to be taken out by the board, and it's not relevant.
I think if this one as well, given the relaxed rules of evidence and 88 years, it's, they have low probability value for all. Rule of exception goes to the way. Okay, given those, was that the end of the statement that you wanted to make? To Dr. Balderson?
Yeah, as for the prescription capsules, the pre-packing capsule, there were, I explained previously, it was something that I was trying to make the best out of a difficult situation. There, I'm sure, were Vyvanse containers. There were also containers for hydroxyzine and for clonidine and cyproheptadine and any number of non-controlled medications. That doesn't change the fact that doesn't alter the first fact, but it changes the characteristic in that it was not simply Vyvanse.
Very good. Ms. Bales, I realize that I called Dr. Balderson and didn't call him earlier. You have cross-examination with Balderson or how?
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. Dr. Balderson, at the time that you were arrested, were you using any of these controlled substances that you had in your vehicle?
Yeah.
And how long had you been using that?
Since roughly July 2008.
Any other controlled substances that you were using that you didn't have a valid prescription for during that time?
I was not using any controlled substances that I did not have a valid prescription for.
And the hydrocodone that was your wife's, that was in your car, that was in your possession in a bag, is that right?
It was in the bottom of a bag that was in the back of the car.
And those were, those tablets were loose in the back, in the bottom of the bag, or were they in the bottom?
I can't attest to that because first, I did not know they were there. Secondly, I was not given the opportunity to, I did not witness the officer uncover these medications. And third, I was not given the opportunity to, neither me nor my lawyer were given the opportunity to examine this evidence in court.
So would you take issue if the Sheriff's Department incident report describes those being in a pill bottle?
I would not take incident. Again, was not aware of them, so I cannot, was not aware of them, never saw them, so I can't attest to where they were or were not.
So if you weren't aware of them, how do you know where they came from or if they were even your wife's?
Because I, to my knowledge, have not had a prescription for that in 15 years, upwards of 15 years previous to that. And that's the only conceivable way that could have come. I absolutely was not stealing them, was not converting them, was not buying them, was not selling them, was not taking them.
And you're aware that you can't transfer any drugs from one patient to the next?
I'm aware of that, and I can tell you for certain I did not transfer them to that bottle.
And And you were arrested for felony possession of controlled substances, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you entered into a pre-diversion or what's the term? Pre-trial agreement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the terms of that agreement?
The terms of that agreement were that I provide county administered drug tests for controlled substance, for a number of controlled substances, and pay a fine, which was, it was explained to me went towards the operation of that testing program.
So it was just drug testing, was there any treatment or 12-step program or anything else to accompany that? So to avoid a criminal conviction potential, you entered this program which involved nothing more than random drug screens. Is that a fair statement?
I would not say that was a fair statement, because I was not aware of the medication being there. I committed any criminal or unethical act in association with them being there. And they were, if they were there and were what the officer says they were, then I will contest that. But as the law read, was not knowingly possession of them. So I consider myself not guilty on that, and I have enough confidence in the criminal justice systems to believe that innocent people could be found innocent.
You may not be aware, but there's something in the law called constructive possession. So if you're in a car and these illegal controlled substances are within your wingspan, that would be the reason for your arrest. Would you say these were in your car?
According to that record, they were.
And as the driver of the car, you're responsible for everything about them.
I can accept that.
Whether or not you have a busted tail light or anything that's in the car is your ultimate legal responsibility.
Yeah.
So then let's go back to what was in your car. You had the Vyvanse packaging in your car, is that right?
I had some unit dose packaging, some generic unit dose packaging that may have had Vyvanse labels.
Why did you have that? Is
Because
that something that you knew you had in your car?
they were, I did not put them there. They were, I believe, found under the seat or something. I did not put them there purposely, but they had spilled on a previous occasion.
But they were yours.
They were from the hospital where I was working,
Okay.
a small behavioral health.
And so why did you have that?
Because the facility, I'm going to give the short version. I can go into more detail if need be. The facility was having some management issues, and due to a clerical error that they were in arrears with my supplier of prepackaging supplies. And while I was working to try to get that issue resolved, I was getting critically low on those unit dose medications, which were vital to the operation of us. So the improvised solution that I had kind of utilized to try to bridge that gap and not interrupt patient care was to take the labels off, clean them, sterilize them, and then repackage them, since I did not have more of those prepackaging cups. I could not obtain more.
And you were doing that, you were repackaging them in your car?
No, I had taken a bundle of them home so that I could, and I was just, tearing the labels off and scraping the adhesive off just at home, rather than, I did not have time during the day at work to do that.
And did your employer know that that's what you were doing? Did someone instruct you to do that?
No, they did not.
Was anybody aware at your workplace that that's what you were doing?
Yes, I believe. I believe, yes. At least one or two individuals were aware of that.
Can you give me the names of those individuals?
Kendall Camp was aware, he was the clinical director. Linda Henry was aware. I believe the director of nursing was aware because I discussed it with her in terms of trying to find alternate solutions. I realize this is a strange and perhaps incredulous explanation, but it's the truth. And I have maintained my honesty throughout this process, and all I can give you is the truth.
All right, and you appeared in front of the board in an informal matter regarding the same incident involving your arrest, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you testified earlier, was your recollection, or let me ask you this way, at the close of that informal proceeding, you chose to voluntarily surrender your license. Is that correct?
Yes, I offered that solution.
And why did you feel compelled to do that?
Because I was feeling very frustrated by the proceedings, and because in those meetings I also offered the truth and felt like and not only was it not accepted, but I felt like I was treated very with the high degree of suspicion, and in the conversation, it did not appear that there was going to be any way that I could satisfy the board's concerns.
Okay.
I believe there was at least one occasion said, "I'm sure you've done something," and that I had no idea how to respond to that.
Okay, so is it a fair statement to say, because of the conversation that evolved out of the informal proceedings, you chose then to submit your voluntary surrender?
I wasn't using the license. I was not planning on renewing the license. And I didn't see particular value in traveling back here to have what seemed to be a largely repetitive. The second conversation did not seem to progress beyond terms of the first conversation. And so I was trying to avoid that frustration.
Okay, when you walked in here that day before the proceedings sort of took place, you didn't have it in your mind at that point to voluntarily surrender your license. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
Okay, so and then after the proceedings went on, you felt compelled to go ahead and surrender your license.
It occurred to me as a solution, as a simple and amenable solution to the issue.
All right. So I want to turn to this exhibit that you submitted, this letter from Cornerstone of Recovery. That is a program that you entered, let's see, January 24, 2021. Is that correct? Is that your recollection? And you were discharged, this was evaluation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the evaluation was completed on January 28th. And what was your desire to enter this program? What did you feel like you needed to do this for? I believe you said you didn't have like This is not an ongoing issue for you, this is drug use.
No, it's not an ongoing
So
issue.
why did you feel the need to get evaluated by Cornerstone and Recovery?
When I submitted when I surrendered my license to the Arkansas board, that, as a result of that, the Mississippi board requested that I appear and explain to them what was going on. And when I appeared, I explained the situation to them, and they said, and the suggestion was made that for the sake of being thorough and conservative, that I could undergo an evaluation of chemical dependency, which I readily agreed to, and returned home, and less than a week later less than a week later was at Cornerstone for that evaluation.
Okay, and at the second, let's see, the last paragraph of this letter, from the director of the program says that you do not meet the criteria for substance use disorder. Is that, that would be your assessment as well?
Yes, I'm not certain. I don't know that I do or have done anything that would meet the criteria for substance use disorder.
But you had controlled substances in your car and were arrested. Correct?
That's what that report says.
Correct. Okay, let's go back to what was in your car. Okay, so you had Levaquin in your car, the bottle. Is that your recollection?
I'm not certain. I don't.
You don't recall?
I was under the impression that I thought there may have been, I would not have been surprised if there was Levaquin there, but I cannot say for certain that I did or did not.
Okay, but if the incident report from the sheriff's department indicated that's what they found, you wouldn't have any reason to take issue with that?
Levaquin?
Yes,
I
just the bottle.
would not take it, I would not take issue with that.
And then in that bottle was hydrocodone. You know where that came from?
No, ma'am.
And tell the board why you're seeking reinstatement of your license.
I'm seeking reinstatement of my license, really more on principle than anything else. It's just to, this is, and it's, I had several kind of unpleasant kind of interactions with the board, and, in surrendering my license, that I admitted no fault, but that could be, viewed as suspicious or an admission of guilt. And so now that I have cleared up things legally, I was trying to just get reinstated for the sake of setting things right, just addressing the situation.
I don't have any other questions for Dr. Alderson.
All right, any questions from the board? Dr. Trolley?
Yes. So my first question I wanted to ask was the hydrocodone. Turn in records from your wife's previous bills at the pharmacy in Collierville. So just wanted to So you're turning this in because you're saying that this is the only explanation.
That is the only explanation I can come up with.
So I have a follow-up, if that's the only explanation.
Yes, sir.
So the Indies, have you ever had the ID drugs?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever had the ID unknown drug?
Yes, sir.
What program do you use in the past?
I've used Netscape, I've used the Keys.
Lexicon.
I've used Up to Date
Yeah.
at times.
Well, I use Lexicon,
Okay.
and the NDC number that you listed on your life, or that is listed on your life description, is 5325.
Okay.
The officer noted in his record, and they're pretty good at this, in my experience.
Okay.
The imprint was D3605, which I also looked at, and it's not the same string, it's a higher string. So it's 7.5, 325. So I'm gonna ask you again, can you think of any other explanation for why you have one?
I have
7.5.
racked my brain over how it's possible could have gotten it. If that is not what it is, and it is not from her prescription, I have no idea.
It's in a bottle. And please correct me if I'm misunderstood. It's in a level bottle with your name on it. You don't have any idea how it's got.
Do not have any, I do not know, I have no explanation.
So I wanted to ask you about the buybacks
Yes,
as
sir.
well. So I work in a hospital setting too, if I remember correctly. You correct me if I'm wrong, or if you remember differently. But I don't remember Vyvanse being available commercially.
It isn't available commercial.
We had to order stock bottles of 30, 60, 100,
Mhm.
and then repackaged.
Yes, sir.
So is that?
That's what I was repackaging, using commercially available repackaging.
So my experience with prepacking has been both the sheet of drop, which I don't know what kind of prepackaged sheet it is. And the sheet that comes over the top that adheres, it's all part of the same supply.
It was not that type of prepacking. It was the individual like little plastic cups. Which the plastic cups and the labels are not sold together. They're separate products.
You know, from separate suppliers.
The same supplier.
So explain to me how you were having an issue with the cups, how you didn't also have an issue with.
Because I happen to be more well stocked on labels than I was on cups. They're not sold in equivalent quantities. I'd have to look them up, but it's not like you buy 1,000 each.
So you were taking these home and cleaning them?
I was taking them home and just pulling labels off and scraping the ends. I was cleaning them with, with essentially dish detergent, and then I was alcoholing them and wiping them out.
You worked in a Class A permitted pharmacy, which required to have a scent, right?
Yes, sir.
Why were you taking them home when you had, why would you take that risk to take them home when you have a sink and probably all the necessary equipment that you need to do what you're doing within the walls of the pharmacy?
Because I was trying to avoid spending several extra hours at the pharmacy. And I was being, at the time, I was working for a contract company. And I was salaried, but the company was charging the hospital by the hour. And so I was trying to be respectful and not extend my hours unnecessarily.
You entered into a pretrial intervention agreement.
Yes, sir.
What was the pretrial intervention agreement? What did you agree to?
I agreed to go to the Soto County Courthouse once a month and provide a technician witness.
Your testimony here today has been that you did not use controls, you didn't use any controlled substance, drugs,
I was taking Vicodin, I was taking modafinil.
modafinil or Vicodin.
I was taking modafinil.
So why did you agree to the intervention program?
I did so on the advice of my attorney.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Simpson?
So, what you signed, the surrender of license,
Sir,
paragraph 2, that's exhibit 13. Which state. You said I do not agree to the wrongdoing. That's still your position today.
yes, sir.
So. And so you're telling us that you didn't have and don't have any addiction problem whatsoever. So you're leaving us a choice to either believe what you're saying or not. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All another decision for us.
Sir,
We can't say the urgent program or something else.
sir, I could provide you with a better explanation, but it wouldn't be the truth. So I'm providing you with this truth. I realize it may be hard to swallow. All I can say in my defense is I wouldn't have come up with this explanation. I have no other reason to give this explanation other than it was 100% the truth.
Now, there's no question at the time of your arrest, you were taking Vodafone.
Yes, sir.
Is that I'm a consumer, right?
No, it's I believe it's a class 4 state.
Who prescribed that? At that time?
At that time, it was prescribed by Dr. Merrill Wise, sleep specialist with Memphis Lung Condition.
And who dispensed it? Did you?
Oh, no, sir. That was dispensed by I'm going to say probably the Methodist Germantown Outpatient Pharmacy.
In dealing with the criminal charges, you were represented by an attorney.
Yes, sir.
Were you represented by an attorney at the time of this involved?
No, sir.
And the reason for that was you didn't think that was serious enough?
I didn't believe that was necessary, and I didn't. In discussing it with I guess in discussing with my attorney that he did not say that was, I get the impression that he did not think that was necessary. And I was giving the impression that that would be of limited use because the board is not bound to the same limitations that a court of law is.
Well, I'm assuming cost wouldn't have been a factor there because after all, your license to practice your profession was on the line.
Yes, sir.
Right. So was it your intent in coming without an attorney, you were just blowing off the board?
I'm sorry?
Were you just taking this board, the board action lightly? Non-seriously?
No, sir. I'm appearing here when I have nothing. I don't have a job in Arkansas. I'm not looking for a job in Arkansas. I'm here just to resolve this.
Was there a financial issue involved when you decided not to utilize an attorney with your previous experience?
that probably was very, there was concern. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that that factored in, but the cost was certainly significant.
As you already decided that it wasn't worth fighting the license issue with this board.
No, sir, because all I had was the truth and the facts and that.
Well, I take it that at that hearing, you suspected the board was not favorable, or favorable on the argument you were, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Dr. Paulson, and Bob Emmons, what class of road is that?
The two.
Stimulant, right?
Yes, sir.
Stimulant. And I'm trying to draw back from, but can you tell me what was your work? How many jobs were
Three, I think, three.
How many hours a week?
Typically 40.
Three jobs?
Yes, sir.
You had one?
One was one was 30 hours a week. One was usually 10, 15 hours a week. And the other one was just passing.
What were the most number of hours that you worked in a day? Between split between two jobs? No.
At one point, that particular day, I've been, I've gone to Woodridge and worked until, I worked, I guess, 7 to 3 at Woodridge, and then went and worked 5 to 10 at that.
I've got a few questions. You may just kind of tell me.
Let me ask a quick one. Are you working currently in this city
I'm working in the city, yes, sir.
as a pharmacist?
Yes, sir.
At the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Same hospital or different hospital?
Same.
Are you subject to any statute of limitation?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Testing or any requirements on your practice in Mississippi?
No, my license is not restricted.
Are you still licensed in Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
I thought there was a fourth state.
I had a Colorado license, but I elected not to renew that years previously.
How many hours a week are you working currently?
Far fewer, like less than 40 right now.
And that's the only job you have, is at the hospital?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Well, yeah, actually, that's some of the questions we had. So you wanted to just clear this matter up.
Yes, sir.
But you've already been disciplined, your license has been disciplined. You surrendered your license.
I surrendered my license. I was under the impression that that was not a admission of guilt.
Yeah, you see,
I understand one may look upon that suspiciously, but that was not, directly pursuant to any requirement or request.
Did you say you had a license in Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Are they aware of your
Yes,
issues
sir.
here in Arkansas?
Aware of the issues in Arkansas, I believe so.
Related to your license?
Yes,
How about Mississippi?
yes, that is what prompted Mississippi asked me to explain.
Okay, so Mississippi is aware, Tennessee is aware. you're not going to practice in Arkansas. So this is purely just.
Yeah, I know that sounds frivolous, but it's to a certain extent, it's principle. It's gonna try and set things right. And I certainly did not feel positively about, my previous interactions with the board, which at times were adversarial. And as I am, in the process of trying to take care of things, this is something that I wanted to set right.
Regarding the traffic stop. So you said that you reached down to pick something up, because you kind of went off the road.
It's a box of hot and spicy Cheez-Its.
What's that, I'm sorry?
It was a box of hot and spicy Cheez-Its.
Okay. So you're saying you were not impaired at that?
I was absolutely not impaired.
Okay, so you disagree with the officer's assessment? You were unsteady?
100%. And the office and the,
I need to finish my question.
Please do.
Start answering. So you disagree with the officer's assessment that you were unsteady on your feet?
yes, sir.
Okay. You disagree that he said that you looked dazed?
He may have said other days, I highly doubt that I would be.
Okay. You disagree with him saying that you were hard to understand?
I disagree. Perhaps at the end of it, it was about 40 degrees outside, and I was just wearing a scrub top and a t-shirt. So I was kind of chilly after a little bit, but I was not slurring or anything.
So you had not used any drug?
No, sir.
And the only thing you were taking was modafinil?
Yes, sir.
And were you taking it at that time?
Yes, sir.
We established that modafinil is a stimulant.
Yes, sir.
Are unsteady in your feet, dazed, and hard to understand consistent with the side effects of a stimulant?
Not necessarily.
I will agree with that. Last question. So you offered your wife's prescription profile as evidence of where the hydrocodone came from. Aside from Dr. Jolly's questions related to this, you found it reasonable that a prescription filled 7 years before could explain why some tablets would be in your car in a bottle not marked hydrocodone?
That is however reasonable it is the most reasonable explanation that I'm aware of.
Okay, it might be the most reasonable. Do you find it reasonable?
I find it reasonable because I know it's the truth.
You know,
I find that more reasonable than some kind of far-fetched off the wall explanation.
So a prescription filled for your wife 7 years ago ended up with tablets in a bottle marked Levitra. That's reasonable. No more.
Any other questions from any board member for Dr. Thompson? Oh, go ahead, Dr. Mack, sorry.
Sorry. I guess I'm perplexed a little bit. I understand you're coming here to try to clear your name, but when it's all said and done, you've explained it and we've asked questions. Are you expecting there's going to be a different outcome? Because you've already given your license up. So I'm just trying to find out, what are you really wanting?
Honestly, maybe it is a selfish motive, and I'm, simply trying to clear my name with clear my conscience regarding the situation in which I've been made to feel. a number of unfortunate, unpleasant, just, you know, guilty, unworthy, dishonest, any number of other unvirtuous qualities.
So you'd still leave without a license, but you wanted to come here and at least be able to, once, go through the whole entire thing and explain it.
It's been a long and difficult process for me, and I think in my mind, this was kind of the last bit of vindication I needed, last bit that I needed to fix or clear up. And I don't feel as driven or passionate about that as I did, 6 months ago, but yes, I would like to, I would like this to be, I would like to resolve this and not have this left in a, I guess, questionable conclusion.
Dr. Mack, anything further?
That's it. Thank you.
Anything further from the board or council or Dr. Robertson?
No.
And, council, did you want to call, Dr.
No,
Kirk?
it's not to do that.
Okay.
Including the lists.
All right, any for closing statement?
I just briefly, board staff is recommending the denial of reinstatement of Dr. Balderson's application. He voluntarily surrendered his permit, his license. He doesn't plan to work in Arkansas. There's no reason to reinstate his license. The facts haven't changed. It didn't add up at the informal. They're not adding up today. So we would ask and recommend the denial of his reinstatement application.
Thank you, council. Dr. Robertson, you have the opportunity to make one final closing statement.
I guess I have a question about the relaxed rules of evidentiary procedure.
Go ahead.
I guess, I would like to draw attention to, I believe it was Exhibit 26, which is an order of expungement from the Circuit Court of DeSoto County. Specifically, the bottom paragraph, the second paragraph, page 2.
Hang on, we got it.
Okay,
It's 25. It's 25.
thank you for clarifying.
Sorry, we're still scrolling. We don't have dividers. We have one big piece.
What's the start in the second quarter of County?
Yes, sir. It should have a red and blue stamp on the one.
Page 82.
82.
So the closing sentence said that in order this directive will be carried out so that all public records of this arrest are vacated, canceled, held for naught. Does that court order have any bearing in this setting?
Oh, you're asking the hearing officer, this has a legal binding effect on the board.
Because if the board respects that court order, then a good number of these exhibits should be excluded.
The answer to that legal question is beyond the hearing officer. But I understand it to be your argument. But that, and also that would be a question for your counsel rather than the hearing officer. But I understand that to be your argument for the board. Any response?
Well, I would just say, as board members are aware that due to the nature of the work in the pharmacy, that we have heightened background checks, and we are able to get these convictions, or in this case, pretrial diversion records, and consider that as proper evidence. So just because the criminal court expunged it does not mean that we are sort of bound by that as board staff. And you can still consider that as part of your deliberation when you decide whether or not to grant this application.
Okay, so here's what we'll do for the record. I'll take that as a motion that, to bind the board to that, to your interpretation of that word, that'll be denied. But that issue is preserved.
Okay, I appreciate that. Then I guess in closing, I'd like to say, I appreciate your time. I appreciate giving the opportunity to have my case heard. I understand that there are aspects of this that some find unreasonable. However, I've been truthful with you, and that's all I can give you. I've done what I can to try to satisfy those concerns. And the bottom line is there was a criminal charge which was then dismissed and expunged. And I did not, there was no other, I didn't, overriding, there was nothing, I never did anything illegal. And I will stand by that. Some may disagree, but I do not believe I did anything illegal, immoral, unethical. Excluding the charges, the criminal charges which have officially been expunged, I don't believe there are issues of concern, but I don't believe that there is a specific, I've not heard a specific suspicion leveled against me. The wrappers were there, but there was the medicine. I hadn't taken the medicine. I didn't have the medicine with me. The medicine was not missing from anywhere. The controlled substance records of all 3 hospitals I was working at will demonstrate there have been no discrepancies associated with my name. In fact, the Arkansas Board of Pharmacy inspector himself specifically commended me on the controlled substance records and how clear, concise, and organized they were at the Woodridge facility. So I understand that there are situations that may be cast suspicion upon you, but I maintain that I did not do anything wrong, and I don't believe there's evidence that shows that there's anything specifically I might have done.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Follow-up question?
I have one question. Because I was trying to prevent us from did we take disciplinary action on his license, or was this just a voluntary surrender, like the Colorado example, where she's not going to practice? I mean, what does it look like? What does it look like publicly, I guess? Does it look like disciplinary action, or just a?
I'm gonna let Dr. McCray answer that. You're talking about, just for clarification, what's happened before today as far as the informal and voluntary surrender?
Voluntary surrender.
Okay.
Voluntary surrender was accepted in lieu of disciplinary action because we had an open case against him. He did not admit any wrongdoing or liability. All he did was agree that he would not practice as a pharmacist and not be physically present in the prescription department in any pharmacy in the state of Arkansas. I understand that the board must decide to accept my surrender before moving on. He agrees to meet this in his certificate. And it states in here that the board could have reviewed that and opted not to accept it, but the board did actually accept the surrender at the October 2020 meeting. It says he's read the proposed voluntary agreement and order of surrender, acknowledges the right to consult counsel, voluntarily agrees to enter into this voluntary agreement and order of surrender license on his own volition in lieu of an emergency hearing pursuant to board regulation 250001, without any reliance upon any representations by the board or any officer, employee, agent, or otherwise.
So he just doesn't have a license.
He voluntarily surrendered.
No disciplinary, no.
What I remember is the board was going to go into emergency hearing. And he said he would voluntarily surrender. This surrender references an emergency hearing. They normally do not.
So if we took no action today, there's no discipline on his license.
If you deny his license, his reinstatement, there is a denial on his license that is recorded. I don't know if you can not take him, I don't know. I mean, he's asked for this hearing based on the fact that the board has denied his application. So he asked for this hearing.
But we didn't deny his
No, we didn't
application.
deny it. We brought him here because of the surrender. You're correct.
Yeah, he surrendered,
Because it's-
voluntarily surrendered.
And staff did not feel comfortable bringing it to informal again, and that's why we're here. I apologize. I misspoke.
So it's voluntary surrender, no discipline.
Right, and so therefore, if we took no action, there's nothing else.
That's right.
Well,
What's that?
I mean, he's asking for his license to be
He has an
reinstated.
application.
Oh.
Is it-
Can he withdraw that application?
That was gonna be my question. We are at an impasse, and what would be the circumstances of me withdrawing the application?
You withdraw it, goes away like smoke.
I think what we're trying to determine, or the reason I asked the question, it almost feels like your current situation, prior to you resubmitting the application, is potentially a better situation for you than a denial
It is.
today. That's.
And the last few years have been very hard on me. Not that this is relevant, but it's been just emotionally, psychologically hard on me, and feeling like despite my cooperation, I still had the board was not really satisfied with me or with my actions was weighed on me, and so that's probably the primary reason I'm here. Just to try to demonstrate that these things have resolved and satisfied the board. I have been honest. I have provided whatever evidence. I have provided everything the board has asked of me. I have told the absolute truth. If that does not satisfy the board, I don't know what else I can provide. And so I would just as soon withdraw the application because I was trying to satisfy the board. If that's not possible, then I can accept that out.
And I respect the fact that you want to share your name, but what Dr. Richmond was saying earlier, he was asking you, think that is that one plausible explanation? There's multiple themes around this that there's multiple issues in the corresponding explanations.
Okay.
I think rightly so raised concern. I'll take mentioned adversarial earlier, that's certainly not intent.
And I didn't mean that it was malicious. I just meant that there was a failure to kind of come to the court.
We also will be forthcoming with you, like I said earlier, about a potential other option that may not be as bad as. So, with that.
May I make a motion to withdraw the application?
Sure. Any? Right, we will entertain that, and I suppose the way that we should do this is Would there be a motion from a board member to accept the withdrawal? In a second.
We have a motion by Dr. Simpson to accept Dr. Robinson's withdrawal of his application, second by Dr. Wilson. Anybody have anything else to say about that? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? One nay. Thank
All
you.
right, well, I'll let the record report reflect the board's vote, and with that, no other questions or comments. This hearing is concluded, the record is closed. Thank you, sir.
Got two others that we go on the record for that have not here.
Dr. Walsh, you do your best. I really do.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make up.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't, it's, you're trying to do your best, but and I'm limited to this, it's some really things off.
These two should be released.
Okay. Things like the other notion this morning. Okay.
I'll be fast.
I did.
Okay.
Let me read.
Did you sound the next person too?
The next person's Mosley.
You sounded
Dynasty.
Mosley. Better out there.
All right, let's go on the record in Arkansas State Pharmacy Board, case number 2023-19. Tiffany Reeves, pharmacy technician, reinstatement. Dr. Curley, you sound all for Ms. Reeves.
I have.
Ms. Vales, go ahead and proceed.
I'd ask Dr. McCray to be sworn as my witness.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God?
And Dr. McCray can identify for the board members, exhibit number 1.
There's an order notice of hearing for the hearing.
And exhibit number 2, can you tell the board member what's contained in that exhibit?
It was a proof of service.
And does that exhibit reflect that the certified letter containing the order notice of appearance was delivered?
It does.
On December 5th, 2022?
It does.
Can you turn back to exhibit number 1 and tell the board what the allegations are in this matter?
Applicant Reeves applied for a technician permit. During the application process, we obtained disqualifying criminal history. On or about February 5th of 2012, she was pulled over by Arkansas State Police Trooper for having no working tail light. She was arrested for driving while intoxicated. Her blood alcohol level at the time of the arrest was unknown. On April 12, 2009, she entered a plea of guilty to that charge and was sentenced to a $1,000 fine in court costs and 1 year jail time suspended. On April 12, 2019, the applicant was pulled over by the West Memphis police officer for failing to obey a traffic signal. The officer searched the car and found less than 4 ounces of scheduled 6 controlled substance marijuana. Applicant pled guilty to possession of a controlled substance, which was a misdemeanor, and failing to obey traffic signals.
And Dr. McCray, based on that criminal history that you just testified to, is that the reason that the board staff chose to deny Ms. Reeves' pharmacy tech application?
Yes, it is.
No further questions for Dr. McCray?
Any questions from the board members or Dr. McCray? Dr. Mack? All right.
In lieu of closing, I would just ask that the board deny Ms. Reeves' application due to her criminal history, which is relatively recent, 2019, and involved marijuana possession.
All right, let's go off the record for deliberations. All right, we're back on the record in 2023-19. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
I was just gonna say, can we entertain a motion? Dr. Bishop?
Yeah, in a matter of Timothy Reeves, pharmacy technician applicant, case number 2023-019. He found that allegations A1 through A6 are true, and charge C1 was proven. And we deny the application.
A motion to deny the application by Dr. Newsom, is there a second? Second by Dr. Jolly. Any other conversation on this? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed?
The record reflect the decision is unanimous, board decision reduced to writing and serve on all parties. Appeals to be taken under the APA. No further questions or comments. Hearing is concluded in the record is closed.
And one more Dynasty Mosley.
Let's go on the record in Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy case number 2022-104. Dynasty Mosley, pharmacy technician.
And ask that Dr. McCready be sworn as my witness.
Dr. McCready, you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Go ahead and proceed.
All right, Dr. McCready, can you identify exhibit number 1?
It's an amended order notice of hearing.
And can you identify for the board exhibit number 2?
Exhibit number 2 is a proof of service to the address of record for Ms. Milton.
All right, and going back to the order and notice of hearing, can you tell the board members what the allegation was in this matter?
Respondent Mosley was employed at CVS Pharmacy in Little Rock, Arkansas. On August 2nd, 2022, Respondent Mosley was interviewed by CVS Pharmacy's Asset Protection Manager. Respondent Mosley admitted to stealing controlled substances from the pharmacy and signed a statement admitting to doing so.
And did the board mail Ms. Mosley a voluntary surrender?
We did.
And did we receive anything back from her?
It was returned as undeliverable.
And can you identify for the board what exhibit number 4 is?
Exhibit 4 is Dynasty Mosley's statement to the hospital chief of CVS.
In that statement, does Ms. Mosley admit to stealing drugs from the pharmacy?
Yes, she does. She was asked if she stole 120 Martha and 90 Xanax, and her response was yes.
And she indicated that she was doing that to cover her rent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Anything else you want to add regarding Ms. Mosley that we have not gone over?
No.
Any questions from the board members for Dr. McCready? Let's go off the record. Then let's go off the record. Or do we need to?
No, back on.
All right, we're back on the record.
Entertain a motion.
In the matter of Dynasty Mosley, pharmacy technician PT 11705, case 2022-104. The board finds allegations A1 through A6 true and charges C1 and C2 proven. Motion that we deny or we revoke for prosecution.
And a motion to revoke this lady's pharmacy technician license, seconded by Dr. Richmond. Any further conversation or comments on this matter? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Record is reflected decision unanimous, decision in writing, served by all parties. Appeals can be taken pursuant to the APA. No further questions or comments. The hearing is concluded in the record.
Do we want to talk about start tomorrow, or do we need to adjourn first?
It's 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Y'all got probably 9:30?
Well, we're scheduled for 9.
We have here.
We have students that are here at 9 that have to get back to class.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Aaron, made, seconded.
Third, fourth, fifth.
Thanks, Debbie.
I thought we were here tomorrow.